Need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools, from dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a full chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January, because mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This year, FanDuel's got something you'll be really thankful for, because right now, new customers, you're going to get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. With so many games going on, Thanksgiving is the perfect time to join. The Cowboys are red hot. They play host to the Commanders and a big line. You like the Cowboys. So visit FanDuel.com/zone and fill your plate with parlays and player props all weekend long on FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 over, present Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Hi.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I got to give credit to Josh Peterson, because Josh made a great decision yesterday, in the week leading up to yesterday. He did not go to Kansas City for a football game.
What do you mean? That is not worth praise. He missed one of the best regular season games this year. Why would you deny yourself the opportunity to watch history?
It would have been really bad for Josh.
Also, so the best
Josh, I agree with you for the record on the take.
It was a great game.
On the take of it was a great game, and I would have loved to be there. But Josh takes this very personally, because he has to live with it every day.
Yeah. So first of all, I got a text, and some people don't like it when you read their text on the air, but I'm going to do this one because I don't think Josh Odson will mind. And please don't zoom in on my face, John.
Well, no, I'm zooming in just to show everyone he's wearing green today.
No, I'm wearing a split zone duo sweatshirt.
It says it's green.
Why did I wear
free
this?
shout outs?
So, thank you. So I got a text from Josh Odson at 7:19. I mean, so the game is 5 minutes old and it's no score.
5 minutes?
But he goes, "You have to be thrilled you didn't go to this game. Looks miserable." And so that was the first take of, man, I'm happy I'm not there in wet.
Forget about the teams for just a moment.
I don't like going to games like that.
I do.
Oh, I hate it.
I do.
It's cold and it's wet. I don't like being cold and wet.
Okay, when it's a crappy, Nebraska versus San Jose State type game. Well,
like if the weather was like that Friday.
One of the best experiences I've ever had at a football game was the hoodie game in 2019. Nebraska got killed.
You had
fun? Got blown out, and it was sleeting. It was miserable.
Oh, okay, now that's
sicko behavior.
That is sicko behavior.
I drank so much beer and ate so many cheese curds.
That is sicko behavior.
I was just the happiest little boy on earth.
1991 Oklahoma.
Yeah, obviously that was a better game.
Well, it was, but it was kind of similar to what it was in Kansas City last night. Maybe just a few degrees warmer in Kansas City, but sleety, rainy, and miserable, and it was wonderful.
Yeah,
it was great.
Now, if my favorite team was involved in a game like that, I mean, I'm probably having a different take, but it's like the team I loathe the most.
Right.
And I like the Chiefs, but they are not as exciting as they usually are. So you have that. And then,
they're what?
They're kind
the
of
Chiefs are what?
They're exciting in a Brett Favre way.
Who?
The Chiefs.
They are?
Yes. Because you never know when they're going to do something really cool or really bad.
You know who they are? I was thinking about this morning. And I don't know how many people will get this reference. This is the 2006 Patriots. Do you remember that team at all? They made it to the AFC title game. They were up 21-3 on the Colts, of all things.
Yeah.
But they had no receivers. Go back and look, and that
Yeah.
was the year before Randy Moss.
Yeah.
And so, like, Brady was great, as always, but he just didn't have the players around him. And, like,
good point.
So now this
Good comparison.
okay, so yeah, I'm happy I didn't make the decision to go. Now this will lead though into the take that Happer and I discussed when we were recording 1620 the Jays podcast this morning.
Out this week.
So do you remember, John? Let's go 1 year after 2006. The Dallas Cowboys, they go 13-3. Great year. They're the 1 seed. Do you remember what happened to them during their bye week before?
Yeah, there was
what happened with Tony Romo?
Romo was dating Jessica Simpson, right?
He was indeed. Where did they go?
They went out of country.
They went to Mexico, if I remember right, with Jason Witten and whomever he was dating or wifing or whatever. Is it the old school scribe in me says we need to be a little more critical of Travis Kelce traveling out of the country to go to concerts and kiss people? Where's his focus?
Well,
Young man, where's your focus on your team?
He's kissing person.
You're dropping passes. You're fumbling the football in the red zone, you jerk.
That's it. Because you could go to Argentina.
Yep.
But you can't go to Argentina and fumble.
Yep.
That's what you can't
Okay,
do.
well, it's one thing to go to Mexico, which from Dallas is like a what?
Right. You can drive there.
Maybe, yeah, they could drive there, but it's maybe an hour flight.
Exactly.
It's another thing
It's
to go
Argentina.
to South America.
Bingo. That's a long flight.
That is a
After
long
they were
way.
in Germany.
And
That's a lot of traveling.
Who
does he care about his team?
Who was their last loss to before this one?
Broncos.
Yeah.
And remember when we talked about Mahomes and Kelce were both at the World Series that weekend?
That's right.
Like
and that was a road game.
It was a Friday.
Yeah.
And then they
had to fly all the way up to Denver.
And then they had to fly to Germany.
Plus, he does a podcast. Interesting.
That's a lot of things, Josh.
Too many things.
If this would be great, Kansas City sports radio topic is Travis Kelce not focused enough.
Oh, I hope that they're discussing this.
There's a 100% chance that somebody has called in and said that Taylor Swift is ruining this thing now.
Taylor Swift is the Yoko Ono of the Kansas City Chiefs.
So this kayfabe romance,
it's costing them games.
Is costing them games. They need to give up the bit.
I don't think it's a bit.
It's definitely not a bit.
If it's a bit, are you going to
kayfabing
Argentina
it.
to
They're
make out,
kayfabing
John?
this. They're kayfabe.
Are you?
What they're
making
doing
out
is
in
they're
Argentina?
losing games. They're fumbling footballs. They're dropping passes.
Listen, you gotta go through with it. You gotta go through with the whole bit. I mean,
I don't think they're that committed to the
I
bit.
don't know if this is
I
gonna.
think they are.
I don't know if this lands well with the Chiefs fans who probably are yelling at their radio, demanding respect right now, or not. But I will add this: Kelce, before the whole Taylor Swift thing really popped out at the beginning of the season, was hurt, wasn't
he got
horribly
hurt before the
effective.
first game. Yeah,
And people forget hasn't missed a game in a long time. Is kind of old for a physical large man who plays tight end.
Listen, we're starting to see the decline.
Yes,
There definitely are. He's not as good as he once was.
No,
He's still very good, but he's not as good as he was.
Right.
We were
That's a
judging
Toby
him.
he's
Keith
as
like
good once as he ever was.
Oh,
Also,
nice.
a Toby Keith song.
Wow.
That's
Same song.
It's the same song.
Yeah.
Not Charles. Did MVS
Is
go to
Kittle-
Argentina too?
Is Kittle now the best tight end in the game?
Is Kittle the best tight end in the game?
I saw him running around. He didn't.
Not in
He didn't
Argentina.
fumble. Not in Argentina. Into the end zone.
I think we could make the argument that Kittle may be because
Man, he triggers me too.
one of the
Shut up,
To
Kittle.
Iowa.
great chased in fashion.
Go
Cut
on.
your hair,
love
Kittle.
love his t-shirts.
Wow.
Um,
Guys can have long hair, Josh.
No, he needs to. He looks dirty. He looks like a dirty man.
He does look dirty, sweaty, and gross.
He's playing football. What do you want?
Yeah, but just his hair is so wet.
So
Remember that guy in the Phillies, Marsh? Why was his hair
Gross.
so wet?
That guy's disgusting.
Yeah, that guy was gross.
I hate people who do stuff like that for the bit. Who's like, I'm just going to be a gross person.
how do you know George Kittle? He might be the most.
I don't think he's very
clean
clean, John.
person.
Look at his.
He might be.
Look at everything about the man. Also, he plays football. He's definitely not clean.
George
he plays
Kittle
football.
is dirty.
So
Full
you're saying
question.
he never showers?
Nah, he probably does the Nick thing every other day or whatever.
Well, I would hope he showers more than I do.
I would hope so too.
He's an
But look
athlete.
at how confident he is. He doesn't have a problem walking into anywhere and being the guy who stinks, who smells. You know,
He
like
probably loves it.
Hey,
He
George,
comes
you
hug me.
smell. He's like, I know.
Wow. Are you guys only doing this because he's an Iowa guy and this is Iowa week?
No, and he plays for the 49ers. That's what triggers me. By the way,
it triggers me too.
yeah,
but
but why are you
but
defending
he's-
him?
Well, I just
very sad. Tight end with the most receiving yards is TJ Hawkinson. TJ Hawkinson is definitely not the best tight end in the NFL.
Wow, another shot across the bow at Iowa.
We hate all tight ends.
Killing Iowa right now.
He drops more passes than the Chiefs did last night. Plus, he fumbles on the first play of the game sometimes. Ask Schaefer.
Let's do another Iowa.
TJ's
Sam
very
Laporta.
good. Sam
Laporta, not as good as we thought he was going to be.
I do like Sam Laporta.
I like Sam.
Kittle is the second. He has the second most yards of tight ends, and then it is Kelsey. Mark Andrews, may he rest in peace.
He's back.
He's not.
No,
dead.
he's coming back.
He
That's
might
right.
be
He
back.
is coming back.
That's what they said.
He's 4. Sam Laporta's 5, and Evan Ingram. Yeah,
plays for the brother of cheater Jim Harbaugh.
Maybe it is Kittle, John. Wow. God, triggered.
He's got great taste in t-shirts.
You really see him, and it's like it looks like he smells.
Yeah,
sure.
he definitely does. Shane says Josh claims Jay Novacek is the greatest tight end ever. He was good. People forget. From Nebraska.
Novacek was good.
Went to Wyoming.
Novacek was good.
Where is he from? Western Nebraska?
Gothenburg.
Yeah, Western Nebraska.
Swedes.
You know what?
That's where Tom's from, right?
I'm looking forward. Who?
Dr. Tom? No, he's from Hastings.
Hastings.
Some reason I thought he's from Goth. I just said Hastings. I corrected myself.
Gothenburg and Hastings. It's all the same to Josh.
It is. We know that.
You know what? I'm looking forward to the day where maybe sometime George Kittle shows up locally and you guys can go and smell him for yourself.
And
he ends up being, or better yet, he shows up in like a, Old Spice commercial where he's like the best smelling guy.
I just have never seen a good smelling dirty guy.
How do you know he's dirty?
He looks dirty.
Yeah, just look at everything
Everyone
about
who
him.
plays football at the time they're playing football.
But he's got the
smelly and
hair.
dirty.
He's clean.
But the beard, it's all patchy. And
Patch. He looks like what's his name on Team America? You know when they you know how his beard
Durka.
Exact bingo.
I can't wait for Kittle to show up in a Durka shirt.
With his patchy beard.
And on the back it says F Dallas.
Yeah, see, exactly. Sometimes it's nice to be, because I sometimes can be a little high and mighty about like, oh, you don't have to act that way as a fan. But man, he just grinds my gears sometimes. And I just get so upset. Like the stupid Eagles.
I didn't think this would turn into a George Kittle is dirty.
Me neither.
I didn't either.
No, we've moved off of the Travis
Yeah.
Kelce.
We didn't get back to Travis Kelce,
Yeah.
who is clearly
Distracted.
affected,
Oh, yeah.
distracted by his relationship.
I want the column. I want the old writer to give us a column of, he's focused
Well, why
on.
does it have to be an old writer? I mean,
it does have to be an old writer.
Yeah.
Who's the
could
Kansas
be
City version of
plausible.
Sipple or Chattel?
Exactly. Thank you, Nick. That's what we need. Joe Poznansky is a national sports writer now.
Yeah.
He
So
used to
wait,
write
are
for
you
the
saying
KC
that this
Star.
is a plausible thing to accuse Kelsey of, or something to make fun of because someone old is going to write about?
I mean, I want to do a little bit of both. If I'm
Same.
being honest.
see.
It's a dabble.
Do I think?
but
That
I think there is a legitimate thing here that
he's
John,
distracted.
just write the
stuff-
column. Write the column.
Oh,
Be great. You have a platform.
my
1620
column.
The Zone would certainly accept your column.
I do not want to be in the middle of this kayfabe romance and have
not kayfabe,
all
John.
of those
it's real,
goober-
John.
I think it's real.
all
John.
of the goobers in the Swifty nation coming at me with their stupid tweets.
No, that's the that's the angle. The fact that the relationship is real
Kayfabe.
makes it worse.
Viral.
Makes it worse.
Also, I think
and then he
Kittle's-
cares so much about it.
he does.
He went to Argentina.
I think Kittle's problem is that his hair is too thin, by the way. If your hair is going to be that long, I think it should be a little more thick.
Yeah, he's
I
like
think he just-
balding but thinning hair.
Yeah, I
Where
think
does
he just
Frisco
needs
play
to
this
shave
week?
it.
They play the Seahawks on Thanksgiving night.
That's right.
Uh-oh. George Kittle needs to show up in Lincoln on Friday to watch his alma mater because he's going to have an extra couple of days off, and then we can find out for ourselves.
He might.
I want George
you
Kittle
want
in
to smell
Lincoln.
him?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to smell him.
Oh,
I want
George, come. I want to smell
You
you.
want to see if his hair is just perpetually greasy?
I would
And then
lo-
invite the Phillies guy too. Who's the baseball player with the gross hair?
Brandon Marsh. Invite all the dirty guys and let us smell
John,
them.
it was October in Philadelphia, and that guy's hair is soaked the whole game.
But he was,
it's
he
too
was doing
cold.
it purposefully. It was,
Yeah,
it
what
was
does
a
he do?
bit.
Where does he go dip it? Does he dip it in water?
He must have a spray bottle
oil?
or something like
What
that.
does he dip
I
his
don't
hair
know.
in?
Maybe it's
Gross.
just a bunch of pomade.
It's not sweat, I can tell you that.
Yeah,
It's
he's
not just
sweating
sweat.
that much
Well,
in
that's what
October.
they used to, that's what they used to, I think Brett the Hitman Hart used to do that to his hair before he would go
Yeah, but
out.
that's he's a
I remember
wrestler.
when guys
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
that's all-
he would dip his hair in something.
What,
and it
what
always
position does he play?
Who?
The dude,
Baseball player?
Baseball dude.
I think he plays outfield.
Okay.
You think? I thought you were a baseball.
He plays outfield.
Because I was going to say maybe he's got tar in his hair. And then
That'd
he
be
can-
weird.
I don't think he has tar in his hair, Nick.
David writes, I was at the Chiefs game last night. It sucked. But the crappy Nebraska versus Texas game where Terrence Nunn gave Texas the ball and Mo Purify said he thought snow came up from the ground. I hated that game, and I stayed. Then I left during the Ohio State comeback game at halftime, and I'm pretty sure I watched the rest of the game at the Trump barn. That email is all over the place.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, David, we need some background info.
You went to the Trump barn?
Why are you watching things?
Were they projecting
But
it
it
on
wasn't
the
a Trump barn yet.
It was not the Trump barn. It was just the barn.
Wait, when?
In 2011 Ohio State game.
That's the Bo Pelini when he effed Tom Chattel.
Was there?
I left that game early too. I watched the rest at Qdoba.
I stayed. I watched it.
I was in the press box.
Yeah, I was out in the rain.
Did that barn used to be barren?
It was just a red barn.
It was just a red barn.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it was 2011.
The barn's been there
No,
for a
I'm
long
not
time.
asking if there was a Trump thing. Just in general, I didn't know if he was always so vocal.
No, he didn't get political until Trump arrived.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that was the first sign ever on that.
He's got some like horses back there. Are his horses Trump horses?
Interesting.
Are they racist horses?
By the way, he said
I said Trump horses.
The snow games are great. Snow games are just cold, but at least you don't feel like you're soaked.
the
whole
Terrence
time.
Nunn snow game.
Yeah,
where it started snowing. When Terrence Nunn fumbled.
Yeah, if he was sad, he stayed
Yeah,
because
that's
of that. Yeah. Mo Purify. I forgot that he said that snow came up from the ground.
See, and again, this is why this guy's not
Great
a great
wide
receiver.
receiver.
Just a
People forget
idiotic
about
thing
Maurice
to say.
Purify.
God, he was so
Where'd
good.
you draft him again?
Why haven't we talked about Maurice
Second,
Purify
third
this year? Nebraska has no wide receivers, and we haven't even talked about Maurice Purify at all.
John, jerk.
What are we doing?
Well, that's because he's ineligible.
Josh, bring up Maurice Purify. Talk
Bring him
about
up.
him.
He was awesome. If he was on Nebraska's team this year, they'd be going to a bowl game.
There it is.
There you go. And he doesn't stink.
I don't think so. Is Mo throwing the ball to himself?
No, but he could catch the ball.
This is a good website.
Still got to get the
poll
ball.
question.
You still got to get the ball to him.
If he was on the
somehow.
Chiefs last night, they would have won the game. He wouldn't have dropped those passes.
Well, then why wasn't he playing for the
Because
Chiefs?
he's like 40 now, probably.
Not that old.
How old is Mo Purify? I guess he's probably
He
older
was
than
in
me.
college in like
I don't know,
06?
John. He
Why
might.
would he be 20? Why would he be 40?
Well, because I'm 35.
I'm gonna guess
and he's older than
37.
me. Nailed it. He's almost 40. That's why he wasn't playing. Wide receivers don't play that long.
Terrell Owens did.
Yeah, but Terrell Owens is like a freak.
Jerry Rice did.
He last
If
played
he's
for
so damn great, he should have matched Jerry Rice. He should have been
Owens
playing
had
in
a
his
gym
40s.
on his driveway.
I never said he was the best player ever.
Well, the way you talk him up,
Just the best Nebraska player ever.
Poll question for the website
Tough
at
look for Ndamukong
1620thezone.com.
Suh.
If Nebraska 2023 had Maurice Purify,
What would the record be?
would they go to a bowl game?
Oh, the answer is hell yes. By the way, Joel tweets in, and it's that Office meme where they're showing a picture and another picture to Pam, and it's George Kittle, and then it is Pigpen, and she says they're the same picture. Kevin says Mo P was apparently an Arena League legend. Check his stats.
Oh, I
Arena
believe
League
that.
legend.
John, Kurt Warner
You
was in
remember
the
when he
Arena
caught
League.
that against
Yes,
Texas
and then
A&M?
Kurt Warner
Thank
went
you.
to big boy football and became a Hall of Famer.
He was pretty good.
What did More Purified do?
John clearly doesn't think about the 06 Texas A&M game.
Oh, I remember it. I
What
remember
a
it well because
comeback.
it was the only thing that brightened my day was when I was walking down to the press conference and I saw Steve Peterson marching with a very stern look on his
Oh,
face.
no.
Oh, I'm very grumpy.
Have we heard
and
from
I was
Steve?
just like, God, I wanted to walk up to him and say, kiss my ass.
That's assault,
He should
brother.
have done that.
Purify.
Oh no! Oh no, Steve! He's back.
I told Bill that stupid bastard should have been cut from the team. Run the damn ball. We had Brandon Jackson, for Christ's sake, and
They
you're
did.
throwing the ball on
They did.
3rd and 8 or whatever that is. I don't even remember what down it was.
Purify played for the
Hook 'em.
Mr. Peterson, what will Zach Taylor amount to as a person after he leaves Nebraska?
Not a damn thing. He was a loser, so slow he couldn't move. I bet the guy's selling insurance somewhere in Canton. It's as close as he'll ever get to the Hall of Fame.
Boom roasted.
nice.
Nick, did you have something to say?
Oh yeah, Purify played for the Georgia Force, the Nighthawks, the Arizona
Oh,
Rattlers,
he was a Nighthawk?
and the San Jose SaberCats.
Very cool.
Let's
Man,
go.
The non-NFL team names are just weird.
Yeah.
San Jose known for their SaberCats.
They
Of
just
course.
combine words. They're like
Yeah,
word. That's a new
That's
thing.
a team.
Yeah.
They really do.
He won 4 consecutive Arena Bowls with 2 teams.
Oh, wow. Very cool. Good for him.
They should
Considered
have
one
one
of the best.
So he's
players
like
in AFL history.
the Charles Haley of because didn't Charles Haley win like Super Bowls with Frisco and then Super Bowls with Dallas?
Yeah, he won. I think he won 4. I think he won
Something
all
like
those
that.
back to back.
Yeah.
Didn't he do that? He won
Or
them with the
something,
Cowboys,
yeah.
and then he went to the Niners,
So,
and then
yeah,
he came back to the
Mo
Cowboys.
Purify, the Charles Haley of Arena League.
Nice.
People are
Football.
saying
Man, what a time. A text from the 402 says, Kittle has the same hair as Roy Munson in Kingpin. Disgusting. We watched that movie in Movie Club.
It's just thin.
I
It's just
so
thin.
badly. Please, if somebody out there knows George Kittle, please invite him to the game on Friday.
I want to smell him.
I will find him. I will
Smell
be
him.
there. I will find
I'll
him.
be there.
And I'm going to ask him all of these questions so he can defend his good honor.
I want to smell
And
you,
I also,
George.
George, want you to bring me your F Dallas shirt because I want that.
Oh, boo. Can't believe he wore that in front of children, John. Children saw the F word. I've never
No,
cussed.
those were Cowboy fans.
Oh, you jerk. George Kittle.
They don't have the innocence. Of
He has
real
Google,
children.
Google, does George Kittle smell?
Yeah, do that.
I want to see this.
Let's see.
Well, somebody,
Because you know the internet's undefeated.
somebody in the chat says he's endorsed by Old Spice.
He
There's a
should
spokesman
be.
for Old
He
Spice, so
needs
maybe
an
he
unlimited
doesn't
amount.
smell.
The posts are all from like 3 or 4 years ago where he apparently said, "Can you smell what the Niners are cooking?"
Oh, he's ripping off lines from The Rock.
Yeah. So this is when the year they went to their first. See, look at the picture. He looks gross. Look at this.
Look at him, John.
Oh, God, look at it. He's a nasty man. Just nasty.
He really is a WWE. He probably is trying to angle to be in the WWE.
Well, he's been.
Yeah, that was WrestleMania, right?
He's participated.
Did he show up with McAfee?
No, he actually showed up without McAfee, and he got involved in. He was like sitting in the front row. This was a couple years ago. He was sitting in the front row. I think it was the one at. I don't remember. Anyway, he was sitting in the front row, and he jumped out into the little space between the seats in the ring and clocked one of the bad guys
with a chair, or just
I don't remember.
Who did this?
George Kittle.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought-
George Kittle, big WWE guy.
I thought Kittle was
Not
in this
surprised.
most recent WrestleMania too, or is that Kelsey?
You know, Kittle, I think, was there too because it was
Okay.
in Los Angeles.
It would make sense if Kelsey was there, given how distracted he is, dropping passes.
Yeah,
That was
back
before
to
Taylor.
the original play.
That was BT.
See, Kittle can do all these things, but he doesn't get distracted.
Because he's not distracted.
You know why he doesn't get distracted? Instead of taking showers, he's studying tape.
Oh, that's a good point, John.
Exactly.
That's why he's so good.
No,
He's
I mean,
dirty.
I would imagine it would be a good thing to be a smelly guy in,
Yeah.
in the NFL.
No one wants to tackle
Nobody
him.
wants to hang
Why
out
are
with
people
you.
running away from him?
No women like you.
I believe Kevin McHale would do that. He would purposely not shower, and so he'd be stinky down in the paint, and guys wouldn't want to guard him.
It's
Typical.
psychological war. That's
Nick, go
biological
Google Kevin
warfare.
McHale. That's a gross, stinky-looking man too.
He really
His
is.
armpit hair as long as real hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, he was good,
Pretty bad.
and he just kept breaking his feet.
But George Kittle would look like a normal guy, like in the 70s.
Somebody's
Yeah.
just texted us. Jesse just texted us a picture of young George Kittle with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Oh my God! Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked like a
It
goober.
maybe receding a little bit, even then.
Mm-hmm. That's why he was That's why he goes with the long hair. It distracts you from
Cover it up.
the bald spots.
I've never seen armpit hair that wiry.
Yeah, it's very yeah. Plus, then it gets sweaty, Nick.
Wiry.
Yeah.
The best way I can describe
What a
it.
sentence.
Yeah.
He takes the little wire clamps.
I don't like that that's a sentence I just said, but I said it.
Yep. The wiry
Never seen
armpit man.
armpit hair so wiry.
Mm.
So I think it's confirmed. Travis Kelsey's distracted.
Distracted.
He's
George Kittle
distracted.
smells.
Yeah.
He stinks.
I think that
Good at
is
tight end. He just smells bad.
This is the year the Chiefs are finally going to have to go on the road in the playoffs. I really think it's going to happen.
I don't think so.
You still?
No. I
Even if they're
don't.
the 2 seed, the Ravens will get upset, and then they'll just get to host another playoff game.
Who does KC have left? I mean,
They
they
still
still
have
have to play. They played
You gotta
Denver
play the
twice.
Bills, don't they?
They still have the Chargers.
Yeah, they still have the Bills. They still have the Chargers.
And they have the Raiders
Wow,
once,
their
right?
schedule is pretty cakey.
Ooh.
They have the Raiders twice.
Oh, that's right. They haven't played them yet.
They have the Chargers once. They have the Joe Burrow-less Cincinnati Bengals.
Yep.
They have the Patriots.
Ooh.
They have the Bills. They have the Packers.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not. Never mind.
There's only one man left who could do anything about this, and his name is Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
May we all
Or
rally
Josh
around.
Allen.
Or
No.
or Mr. Lawrence.
I'd prefer Mr. Stroud personally.
Wow.
That would be really funny.
If the Texans were the ones.
Could the Browns?
Maybe they
could the
could come
Browns
back down
beat them?
21-0 or whatever, like the Chiefs did that one.
All you
Against
need is
Watson.
one bad game. I mean, they did lose to the Broncos.
That's what they need. All they need is one bad game. Could the Browns do it? Could the Browns
No.
beat them?
No,
You don't
they
think so?
cannot. Nope.
Browns beat who?
Chiefs.
No.
I think the Browns are somehow better without Deshaun.
I think they are.
Oh, they definitely are.
Yeah. Their defense is awesome.
I don't think so because Kansas City's defense is pretty good. And
See, and that's the thing.
Cleveland's not going to do much against Kansas City.
Their defense really is going to make up for
it is
the issues of the offense.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So
maybe
Lamar,
they won't go on the road.
CJ, Trevor,
And Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
It's all up to you.
Yeah. Look, the
about
Bills have an insanely low floor.
Tua, what about Mustache Man?
Oh, yeah. What about Tua?
Not Aiden O'Connell. Tua.
You don't think AOC could do it?
I do not.
No, definitely not.
Not.
Who's Mustache Man? Is that Aiden
He's
O'Connell?
talking about Aiden
Okay.
O'Connell. Nick just learned about Aiden O'Connell last weekend.
Yeah.
He's like, he has a mustache.
Where did he
Cool.
play college?
Purdue.
Nice.
Very
Good work,
well.
Nick. We're proud of you.
That.
Look at Nick paying attention to sports.
I look things up.
We're so proud of you, Nick.
I
Thank you.
look things
I get curious.
Nice.
He does.
Nice.
I sit with him for like a half hour every morning, and in the Josh and Nick office. And Nick just asks questions about sports the whole time. It's actually very fun.
Oh,
I try.
And then Nick tells us about the music that's coming out.
he is of music after all.
Yep, sure am.
You know, producer Josh has a great point.
Oh,
because Frisco's playing on Thanksgiving.
oh, they're going to
Brock can come back, bring George with him, and Brock can watch Little Brother.
See, I'm
and
wondering-
George can watch.
I don't know if Brock wants to watch Little Brother.
Chubba said,
not?
yeah,
It's
he's
his brother.
supporting his little
His
brother.
family's
Nick.
coming
His
this
family-
weekend.
his
See,
family's here
yeah.
all the
See,
time.
that makes me wonder if we're going to see Brock Purdy.
Oh my God. He
And
would bring
George Kittle. Yes!
That would be so
You
great.
can at least ask Brock about George. Be like, hey,
Does George smell?
does he shower in the locker room?
Yes. See, it'd be a great topic.
Well, we could find out just firsthand.
Yeah.
You just go smell him.
Just go smell him.
Well, but if
Kittle,
George
bud, what are
doesn't
you
come,
doing?
No, okay, yeah. If George doesn't come. Then it's
I mean,
fine.
what are you going to ask Brock to drag his finger across George's greasy
Bring
face
me a
and say,
sample.
"Let me smell your finger"?
I don't know if I want to smell that. Just his general vibe.
Yeah.
Smells neck. See what's going on back there.
No.
Does
He
he
do
wash
is get in
behind
his
the
bubble.
ears?
The amazing thing about this is George Kittle might be like the best, perfectly groomed in terms of like
Yeah.
Oh, he's
cleanly.
clearly
hygiene
not.
ever.
Okay, yeah.
Just not
hygiene.
his hair. And Josh is assailing his character.
Yeah. He's
He
a really good.
stinks.
He's a great tight end, though.
Yeah, we love him.
Smells.
Man, he's
He's
awesome.
horrible.
We love him as a tight end.
Yeah.
He's better than Travis
Oh,
Kelce, who's
God.
distracted.
That's
After
right.
all.
Very distracted.
All because of a kayfabe
Nice
romance.
job, Chiefs, you jerks. Good Lord.
All right.
Okay.
Pathetic.
Well, happy Thanksgiving, Connor.
Yeah, bye, Happer.
Whoa. This is it. You guys are not on
next-
the air
yeah. See you
tomorrow.
next
No,
Monday.
John
No,
is.
whoa, whoa,
John
whoa.
is.
I am on the air
John
tomorrow.
is.
Hey, I'm recording
I
the
will be
Jays
here
podcast.
at my time.
Tomorrow's great because I get to experience what Josh experiences every College World Series.
What is you're gonna be?
Oh,
You're gonna
I
not
don't
doing anything.
I mean, I have to do some office work, but that's all I got tomorrow.
be.
Oh, you're not producing the game tomorrow?
No,
Why not?
some part timer needs the hours.
Some part timer. Jeez,
You mean the
Nick.
Peter man?
I don't remember
Hey,
if it was
Peter,
Peter or
man.
Joey.
It's either Peter or Joey.
It's one of the
I'm
two.
in good hands no matter what.
They
Of course
need,
you are.
They need the hours. I did my time having to hang out with John for hours on end.
Nick, I paid my dues grim.
One more text. Happer's meme guy writes, the take of Kelsey and Taylor being a PR stunt has aged almost as bad as thinking Nebraska could beat Michigan. Wow, those are both of your takes. Wow. Happer's meme guy is just roasting. What do they need to
Happer's
do?
meme guy. Listen, I get it. You want to believe in Santa Claus? That's fine.
So if they get married, are you still gonna be like, no, this is a bit? They could have
like
kids
there
and-
haven't been marriages that were done for.
What if he quits the
financial gain
NFL
before?
for her?
What if they have children, grandchildren? Are you still gonna say this is a fake sham of a relationship?
I would applaud
gonna be
them
like,
for
"Those
going
grandkids
to
are a
that
bit."
degree to keep up the bit. I would.
Amazing.
It's always a bit.
I'd be like, wow.
It was
You-
a
I mean,
bit.
it was like when the Macho Man married Elizabeth.
Oh,
wow,
yeah.
it's real.
Queen Elizabeth?
No, his manager
R.I.P.
Elizabeth.
Liz.
The
she's
irony
dead.
of that though was that
Dead
they
queen.
were together for the longest time, and then when they ran the angle and got married in the WWF, it was at the end of their marriage when it was starting to break up.
Oh.
That's awkward.
Yeah,
Mm.
it was really weird.
Odson does point out half of all marriages end in divorce. Half of mine have.
It would have been all of his, but she made him wear green today.
No. Why did I wear this sweatshirt? I almost wore a blue one. I was like,
Because-
I want to wear my Split Zone Duo sweatshirt today.
Subconsciously, you wanted to support your wife.
Absolutely not. I'm happy that she had a great time. Very happy. I really wish that it would have ended poorly, but happy that she had a good time.
What, that she would have gotten a flat tire and had to change it on the side of the interstate?
No, that sounds bad.
Because that would have been a bad way.
This
to
would have
end the
been fun if that guy would have caught the ball. It was right in his hands.
Wee.
But I won my bet of the day because of it.
Yes, you did. Yeah, John and I, AJ Brown.
yeah.
AJ Brown let us down. And then the Chiefs let us down.
I disrespected the Chiefs yesterday, and it paid off.
I think it's starting to turn. Well, no, they're still going to be the 1 seed and
crazy.
They'll still get to host.
Yeah,
the Super Bowl.
the schedule's kind of setting up that way. We can dream a little dream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Happy Thanksgiving.
See you next week, Happer.
Enjoy the turkey.
Gobble.
Gobble, gobble.
Yes. All right. Let's it's like
One
a
Beer
Friday
Friday, Tuesday edition.
on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Hyannis? Thank God you had Terry Keneally, or we would not like you in Omaha. I'm telling you.
I feel like Nebraska City's one of us.
I mean, Hemingford? You should have just gone to Wyoming. Why did you insist on staying in Nebraska? Same with you people in Whitney. Just go to Wyoming.
Go consolidate your schools.
Yeah. You know what, Crawford? You're not good enough for Wyoming. Just go to South Dakota.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A sunny, chilly, and windy day for your Tuesday afternoon, hitting a high temperature around 42 degrees, a northwest wind gusting up to 35 miles per hour. Mostly clear overnight, waking up to a temperature tomorrow morning in the 20s. Mostly sunny throughout the day, but warming up tomorrow to a temperature in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Are you that relative who's always asked to bring plates and napkins to the family dinner? Bring brews instead. Specially quality, locally brewed Nebraska beers and ciders. The Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild wants you to know that local brewers are working on special seasonal beverages to make your holiday family get-togethers a day full of fun, football, and feasting. Lots and lots of feasting. Plus, you'll never be asked to bring plates and napkins again, especially if your goofy cousin from Iowa brings that state's favorite beer. Cheers.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction, presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by J. Sennett Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, it's Connor Happer. Join Gary Sharp and I for the Class A State Championship game tonight on 1620 The Zone, brought to you by Great Plains Home Exterior. Tonight, it's the 1-seeded undefeated Omaha Westside Warriors against the 3-seeded Class A Elkhorn South. Coverage of the high school football state championship games on 1620 The Zone is brought to you by Great Plains Home Exteriors. The Class A state championship game tonight. Broadcast starts at 7 o'clock. Kickoff at 7:15 right here on 1620 The Zone.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
I'm not really ready for this to feel like the Friday because it really doesn't.
No, I was saying that to Moab this morning when I was putting together keys. I'm like, I'm not in the right headspace. It's only a Tuesday.
I know.
Not in the right headspace for
Game's
this.
still 3 days away.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Plus, the stuff that I rely on to help me put together my keys, like none of it is out. Again, because it's Tuesday.
That is.
Yeah, not great. Not
Just
fun.
like reach out to Scott Doctorman. Be like, hey.
I should have
do you
reached
got?
out to the guy. Hey, you make these really good graphics. Can you make one for me?
Well,
I need it for my keys.
we're either way, we're gonna power through because that's what we do here.
Of course.
Welcome to Tuesday, which feels like a Friday, which is the One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Tuesday edition.
Tuesday edition.
Yeah.
One Beer Friday on a Tuesday.
On
a Tuesday.
Remember when Stibbs used to play that song and it used to trigger me?
Oh, you got so mad. Yeah, I put it into the log. So every Tuesday we would open the song with that.
And then Josh
going up
would shout sing.
on a Tuesday. Yeah, John would get so mad.
Oh, that's
so
a fun
mad.
bit to bring back. I
Yeah,
should do that.
we don't do that anymore. Because now we have that open. We have that great open.
That's
It is a
right.
good open.
Which, by the way, we were talking about bummer themes a few days ago, and I forgot we do have
Mhm.
We do have the
Ian
bummer
did
version.
conduct a bummer theme for us.
That's true.
So we do have a sad USC theme.
Yeah.
Mhm.
If we need it. Well, when the kayfabe relationship breaks,
When it
we'll
falls apart. By the way,
yeah, when Travis hits her over the head with a guitar.
I don't want to read the text, but John made a reference to Santa Claus in the last segment and may have ruined a young child's life. But Chris Whitney, friend of the Grum, responds, says the circle is complete after Jack did this once upon a time.
Right.
Yeah, so there you go.
Wow. Will the circle be unbroken?
Yep, probably not. Probably not.
One of us are
Santa's
gonna do it in
awesome.
the future.
Santa's awesome.
Shout out to Santa. He
Yeah.
likes milk and cookies, which you should drink because it's good for your bones.
Not when you're in your 30s.
Yeah,
you still
it
need
is.
milk?
Why wouldn't you need
I don't
milk?
drink
What-
milk. I don't remember the last time I had milk. It's been a while. It's been
You
a
should
while.
eat your vegetables too.
I love vegetables. I have vegetables
Why
all
would
the
you
time.
not drink milk? Why would people deny themselves the delicious taste
I'd rather
of
have
milk?
water.
You don't like a little bit
I'm
of
not saying
animal
you.
cream?
I'm not. You don't drink milk in place of water.
I
but
just don't
occasionally
like.
having
I don't like
is
milk by itself, and I've gotten to the point in my life. I mean, we just don't ever have it.
You're out on cereal.
Yeah.
Oh.
See, again, no gravy, no cereal, no milk, no warm fruit.
I have ice
Josh,
cream.
Josh lives
The
a very
cereal thing is
sheltered life.
interesting.
I
You're
just-
just. What is the last time you had a bowl of cereal?
Oh gosh, years.
Huh.
Years. Yeah.
The great
I just don't
things
crave
that
it.
come from it. Oh,
It's fine. It's just, I'd rather
nice
have.
bowl of cookie
See,
crisp.
because most people now, I guess John does
I'm a
cereal for
Honey
breakfast.
Bunches of Oats
Do you have
guy.
cereal for breakfast still?
Of course.
Okay. See, I have a banana. I don't have cereal.
Sometimes I'll have cereal for dinner.
See, a lot of people I know do cereal at night. My treat at night is ice cream or popcorn. We'll have popcorn sometimes.
Like, there's nothing like a tall glass of milk with a pot roast.
No. You sound like Harbaugh. You sound like the Harbaugh guy.
No.
That's what Harbaugh does. Harbaugh loves milk. He goes to steakhouses and orders milk.
See, I'd never get milk at a steakhouse.
Yeah, he does.
Milk is an at-home drink.
Asian Joe, out on cereal, I feel attacked. Yeah, Joe has a cereal blog. He
I love
reviews
cereal.
Yeah, he reviews cereal.
Cereal's great.
It's just fine.
Joe's had some cool cereals
It's
too.
it's just fine.
Well, on this One Beer Friday on a Tuesday, like we say in the Grum Down, on like a Friday, but on a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Yeah, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather.
3.5 hours already. Like we're getting near the end of the show already.
The Eagles fly out of KC with a dub. Michael Brunts will be along from Husker 24/7. And so too will Stephen M. Sipple of Husker Online.
Nice.
The NFL is mid.
Whoa, who said that?
Whoa.
Is Tom Brady going full old man?
Did Brady say that? Oh, shut up, Tom.
Interesting graphic I saw over the weekend. On what base were college coaches born on?
Oh, speaking of Harbaugh, he said that about Ryan Day a couple years ago.
He did.
He said he was born on third base.
We also have audio of Mr. Harbaugh being asked about what he thinks of Ryan Day.
That should be fun to hear. Well, his beard's died. 2 takes, one for college, one for pro.
And because it is like a Friday, but on a Tuesday, the key party and the Greeks big board.
Yeah, you're doing the big board. I'm doing the key party.
Correct.
Nice.
If you want to see, I tweeted out the big board earlier today. If you want to agree, disagree, shout, don't shout, I don't care.
Nice.
Do what you need to do. And thanks to the Eagles winning last night, we have a razor thin margin for the final round of this episode of predictions. The winner of this round will be determined after this weekend.
Ooh.
The heat is on.
And it is tight.
Amazing Daniel says, I haven't had cereal in at least 15 years. Not intentional, just haven't. Probably because I don't love milk. Zach emails into the Equitable Bank inbox, which you could always email us at. Josh at 1620thezone.com or John at 1620thezone.com. Nobody should be eating boxed cereal. It's processed garbage. It's so bad for you.
No, but Honey Bunches of Oats is good for you. The commercials even say so.
John writes, milk is disgusting. I haven't had a glass of milk or a bowl of cereal since I was a kid, and my mom made me drink a glass of milk with my meal. I don't remember the last time I had milk with a meal. It's been a while. It's been so long.
I really like milk with mac and cheese. I'm glad I'm not lactose intolerant.
Yeah, I just have water.
Water with mac and cheese seems like it doesn't do the job.
Yes, exactly.
Milk is really good at washing things down.
Yes.
So is water.
Absolutely.
It's not the same.
No, water's to hydrate. Milk is to wash things.
Milk is thick enough.
I originally got out of milk for the calories. Now it doesn't really matter what I eat in terms of that, but I just never got back into it. We just don't buy it. We don't buy 2% milk. We have.
Well, don't get 2%.
That's the milk that I like. I don't like skim milk. Is garbage.
Well, you
1%
don't like
sucks.
milk,
Maybe you like 1% now.
No, I don't.
1%.
And then what's the other? Oh, the almond milk. If we have smoothies, I like the almond milk for the smoothies.
I'm a 1% guy.
Yeah. Travis writes, drink milk is trash and just grosses me out. He just meant milk is trash.
What is wrong with people?
Amazing Janice says, drinking an animal's breast milk is really weird if you think about it for more than 30 seconds.
Okay,
maybe that's what gets John
an
going.
animal's muscle tissue also sounds weird, but we do that.
But also, that's what you do when you're a baby: is eat another animal's breast milk.
It's not. It's not an animal. It's a human being, and it's called mom.
Humans are animals, John.
I was quoting from a movie, which, by the way, I should pick in Movie Club if I can find it.
Which one was
Elephant Man.
Never saw that one.
Never heard of it.
With Anthony Hopkins.
Oh, I like Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, it's a really good movie. Really good movie.
Nice.
All right, Josh mentioned the wonderful, indelible
Equitable Bank inbox.
Yep.
You can find us other spots as well.
Yep. You can go on the Twitter feed.
The JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, as it's called.
Yep.
You
At
could
USC 1620.
Text.
Yeah. You could also call us or text us.
You could.
402-951-1620. Channel are you looking for, John?
Well,
it's the 42 degrees to source
don't
hotline.
make us
by the way.
watch college basketball. What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
What's live sports?
We have high school football.
Yeah, I know, but if we've got multiple live sports,
okay. Oh, what?
Darn.
You don't have that channel?
Guess we can't watch it.
Yeah, but go up and down,
don't
John.
turn into Josh.
No, Nick, I support you.
All right,
go,
fine,
John,
we're gonna
try it
watch
again. It's going to work.
Let's watch Mighty Cruise
Nope,
Ships.
we're going to watch the Waltons now because Nick said so.
Or Reba.
Thanks a lot, Nick.
We're going to take you back to the Great Depression when times were really sad.
John, I live in
and
the Great
hard.
Depression.
Well, that's what you get for voting Democrat.
Hey, you did too. We're the Democrat boys.
We are.
Raise your hand if you voted Democrat in the last presidential election. John, get that hand up. Get it up.
Pokemon Go.
Oh, it's ruining his Republican bona fides.
I don't have Republican bona fides.
Some people say you. Whoa, you have that?
I don't have anything.
He's bona
I'm a
fide.
man without a country.
Mm.
And but I am a man with a program.
Yes, you
And
are.
we're going to start it next.
Nice.
Well, we've started.
Yeah, we're going to continue.
We're going to continue it next on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
J-Tech Construction reminds you that this time of year, your home's energy efficiency is under tension. Don't let your windows cost you by raising your energy bills this winter. J-Tech Construction will come out and provide you with a free estimate on upgrading your windows and keeping your energy costs down. They have custom-made, energy-efficient windows that keep the outside out with the professional installation you would expect. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction, your exteriorexperts.com.
Finding affordability and value is always great, but especially this time of year. And now is a great time to save at Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley. Right now, they've got great lease offers on powerful, hard-working Chevy Silverado 1500s. Or for the family commuter, there's deals on the Chevy Equinox featuring Chevy Safety Assist and hands-free power liftgate. See Woodhouse.com for the Chevy of your choice and find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy, exit 75 I-29 Missouri Valley, or 112th and Dodge in Omaha.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, of course, and in the old market as well. Listen, Thanksgiving is around the corner. You know this already. You're preparing. You're getting your turkey ready, all your sides. But dessert, that's the most important part. So make the call now for some to-go size orders from Ted and Wally's. Whether it's a pint, a quart, or half gallons, you'll be ready for your party, your Thanksgiving as well. Great flavors, over 3,000 of them, over 35 years in business providing you wonderful ice cream. Head over to Ted and Wally's now and tell them Severe sent you.
Each home game Friday, Hy-Vee hosts the Big Red Breakfast Buffet on 1620 The Zone. Join the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast Show live from 6 to 10 with Gary Sharp and Nick Hanley, and enjoy breakfast from Hy-Vee Market Grill, featuring all your favorite breakfast food. This buffet is sure to make your day. A one-trip buffet is just $12 or all you can eat for only $15. Buffet includes scrambled eggs, party potatoes, bacon, sausage, biscuits and gravy, and assorted pastries. It's the unauthorized Big Red Breakfast at Hy-Vee Home Game Fridays on 1620 The Zone.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company that makes everyday products designed smarter. I get 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more, plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases, which helps us make more smart ideas into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Premier Card. Learn more at chase.com/business premier. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Account subject to credit approval. Restrictions and limitations apply. Cards are issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank. Any member FDIC.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
But it's a Friday, I guess.
It is.
I'm not really sure.
John writes, college basketball is like drinking a glass of milk or eating a turkey dinner. Gross. Well, half good, though. Nope, turkey dinner is great. With a glass of milk, too? That's a horrible comparison. I like your comparison, and I don't like basketball.
Well, fine. Then we're going to talk about last night's exciting Monday Night Football game.
Go.
Yeah, I just
By the way, I found a picture of your wife.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Remember the old timey guy that used to dance on the roof of the one building across the way from the Royals?
The Royals? Yeah.
And hold up the W?
Mhm.
Well,
yeah.
apparently your wife found the Eagles mascot.
Oh.
And so she was dancing up there with the W.
Mm.
Dancing with the W.
They have become, John, you'll understand this reference because you're a huge Marvel guy.
Yeah.
But Thanos, who was the villain for a while.
The purple guy.
He was the guy when he farted, the whole world died.
Basically,
half of the world,
the whole
half
the
the world
universe.
died.
But his bit was, I am inevitable. And that's what the Eagles have turned into.
Inevitable.
They are
Wait a
inevitable.
minute. They've won one Super Bowl in the last 6 years.
No, I'm talking about in the season. Like, we'll see what happens in the playoffs. But I'm saying, like, you cannot let them hang around. You have to put them away.
Well,
they're going to make plays. They always are going to.
Teams are always like that.
I know, but they are inevitable right now.
Wow, you want to?
Because the Chiefs have been inevitable.
You want to take down Eagles, America's bird?
No, I'm saying they're inevitable. Oh, yeah. Do I want to? Yes, of course I do, Nick. They are. This is what they do. Oh, hey, we're just going to give you the ball. So many times last night. I'm just watching this. I'm like, I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, it's frustrating. They're so good. They're so good. They didn't even play very well.
No, they didn't.
They didn't play very well.
But, the Chiefs defense played well.
Yes, the Chiefs defense played very well.
That was, according to
the Shil Kapadia tweet that you have. Yeah, this is crazy.
That was the 6th worst offensive performance with Patrick Mahomes as their starter using EPA, which is expected points.
Added.
Yeah. I always want to say allowed.
Out of 104 games, that is the 6th worst that the offense has been. And they kept showing the stat in the second half. Their scoring offense in the second half this year is the worst in the NFL. It was 5.9, I think, going in, and then they got shut out. It's weird, man. It's weird.
And just the drops.
Yeah, that was brutal.
The drops. Now, I know the one near the end of the game with Valdez-Scantling was it looks bad because it's in the end zone.
The still frame looks like it's the worst drop of all time. It was a bad drop. But I've seen worse drops.
It's a drop. But in the pantheon of the worst drops in history, it's not even close.
It's not Jackie Smith in the Super Bowl.
It was a tougher catch than it may have appeared, but most pro receivers will make that catch. It's just when you tack that on to all of the other drops that took place in the game, it just kind of adds up throughout the course of 60 minutes. But you're right. I mean, the Eagles they found a way. They hung around. Down 10 at the half, and you kind of thought, this is
the crazy.
And remember, they had the ball first in the second half and couldn't move it.
Yeah, they're not going downfield. They're not throwing the ball. Like, I saw some people wondering, like, forget about Hurts' knee. Is something going on with his shoulder? And then what happens? He hits Devontae Smith on that deep ball, and then they get in a play later. And at that point in time, suddenly then it was a 3-point game, where the Chiefs had so many opportunities. Forget about to score, but they had a lot of drives that just weren't extended when they were up by 10. They had a myriad of those drives to begin the second half. And the Eagles just have too many good players. They have too many good players.
The Kelsey fumble was the killer because they're going in with a chance to take a 2-score lead.
Yeah. Again, to get
in
the
the
lead.
Fourth quarter. And if that happens,
probably just not enough time left. Yeah.
It's ball game.
Well, then how about, what did you think of when they punt on fourth and 4,
2.5
from the 39-yard line?
That was
with Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback.
That was a little surprising, though. I understood, because up until that point, the Eagles really hadn't moved the ball very well. They were getting great pressure on Jalen Hurts, But yes, you're right. I mean,
especially when he punts it into the end zone, and suddenly within 2 plays, they've already crossed that yard line.
It did surprise me.
You gave the field position back like that.
It did surprise me.
Yeah, it's just
that they didn't try it there.
It's so funny because we spent so much time the last few weeks talking about game management, clock management, et cetera, et cetera. And that was just curious. And you're right. Like, they had been getting so much pressure on the Eagles. But at that point in time, the game had suddenly turned into a 3-point game, right? Like, that was after the touchdown.
Yep.
And it's so easy for me to say right now, but I do feel like giving the ball to Philadelphia at any moment in time in these close games, I think is a horrible idea. Just because even though they sucked last night for a large portion of the game, what do we always say? All they got to do is get 9 yards because they're going to get that other yard. Heck, they 8 yards and they're still getting a first down. It seems like it's 1st and 9 every time they get to the line of scrimmage, which made all those sacks and pressures that they had in the first half just so impressive. And even at the start of the second half too.
How about the play? I meant to upload this video, and I'm sorry I didn't do it. For those of you watching it on the stream, which, by the way, you can watch all of our shows in the stream. There was the I'm trying to remember. I think it was in the second half when Mahomes is intentionally clocking the ball.
Oh, when it was almost intercepted?
And it was almost intercepted. Jalen Carter just dove in basically under the center's legs.
Yeah.
And I'm watching, Schefter tweeted out last night, and there's like 2 or 3 different angles. He's really close.
Super close.
He's really close. And Carter was asked about it, and he said, I saw it on the internet. Some high school kid tried. He actually caught the ball.
Yeah.
So, again, it's one of those deals. Mahomes under center. He's clocking the ball, just grabbing the snap, throwing it straight down.
And all the linemen just kind of stand up and don't do anything.
Right, and Jalen Carter literally goes right between the center's legs, diving for the ball. And he got his fingers on it.
It's super, super close.
He got his fingers on it.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I mean, we keep talking about ways to stop the brotherly shove, which seems
it's
can
impossible.
Never be done.
It's impossible.
And yet, here we've never thought that there's a possibility. This is like the defensive tit for tat to Dan Marino's fake grounding the ball throws a touchdown, which is still one of the coolest plays of all time.
Yeah, in the mid-90s.
Fins up.
Yeah. So, I mean, now it's funny because he got so close to making it happen that you wonder what the takeaway is from all these teams of, okay, guys, when we spike the ball, we need to make sure we don't allow something like this to happen. Meanwhile, all the linemen are going to be watching that thing. Okay, how can we try to do this ourselves? But he's also an athletic freak, that they have on that side of the ball. And not a whole lot of guys could do that.
All right. Well, coming up, what kind of program have coaches been inheriting the last 8 years? And because Nebraska's had 3 different coaches in the last 8 years, they show up quite a bit. It was an interesting graphical representation of kind of the age-old question, so-and-so, Ryan Day was accused of being born on third base when it came to the kind of program that he inherited and the talent that he inherited.
The music he listens to.
But we've got that and a little more of the Matt Rule audio.
Oh, awesome. Can't wait to hear one more clip, Nick.
Oh, that'll be cool. Maybe half of a clip.
What do you mean? We've played 3 full clips already, and I've got more to come.
I only remember 2.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you have bad memory. You're like the chief receivers of memory.
Wow, disrespecting the Chiefs.
Man, remember when the Chiefs had good receivers?
I do.
Like the best guy
Fins
in the NFL.
up.
That's true. One of them.
Remember how they traded him?
They traded him away.
They did.
Yeah.
They did.
Oops.
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, right next to Taste of New Orleans, and in the Old Market as well. One of the great things about Ted and Wally's, being that they open more than 35 years, is they have great nostalgia, not just for the ice cream, but for things to buy for the holidays as well. You want to grab something that someone will love? Get yourself a gift card from Ted and Wally's or from Taste of New Orleans. People will love you for it. You put it in a card, and it's the perfect gift. Get ready for Thanksgiving today with some to-go orders from Ted and Wally's, both locations, Benson and Old Market, and tell them Severe sent you.
Betting on your favorite sporting events just got a whole lot easier. Warhorse Sportsbook is now open in Omaha. Save yourself the drive across the river and put your money where your mouth is at Horseman's Park, 6303 Q Street. Use the Warhorse app to check odds and build your bets before placing your wagers in person, including live in-game betting. No bets, no glory. Wagers may only be placed on Nebraska-based teams when played outside the state of Nebraska. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Gambling problem? Call 1-833-BET-OVER.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK.
Well, I think it's important to have a full analysis of the eye so that you can make a good recommendation. A lot of the patients that we see have been told over the years, sometimes a long time ago or sometimes more recently, that there isn't an option for them. And I think that's just because they haven't had as in-depth of analysis as they need to know for sure what their options are.
And I think one of the coolest things about that entire process was how comfortable I felt. And I know as I've talked to other people who had procedures done, they said the same thing, whether it was the consultation, whether it was the day of the procedure, all of those questions were answered. And like there was genuine care for me as an individual person.
We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today, 402-558-2211, or you can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks. Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Connor Happer. Join Gary Sharp and I for the Class A state championship game tonight on 1620 The Zone, brought to you by Great Plains Home Exterior. Tonight, it's the one-seeded, undefeated Omaha Westside Warriors against the three-seeded Class A Elkhorn South. Coverage of the high school football state championship games on 1620 The Zone is brought to you by Great Plains Home Exteriors. The Class A state championship game tonight. Broadcast starts at 7 o'clock. Kickoff at 7:15 right here on 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
By the way, I know Josh, big TV ratings guy, the Nebraska-Wisconsin game was witnessed by just a shade under 2.5 million people. It was only the third highest rated primetime game.
Only?
Well, when you're considering it's on a major network.
Yeah, but it was behind games involving playoff teams.
Well, one game.
Texas.
I guess. But yes, Iowa State fan, go ahead, take a bow. You drew a couple thousand more viewers than Nebraska.
That involved a team in the top 10. The other game was, Washington. How many did that game get?
4.7.
I'm not a TV ratings guy, but thank you for your answer.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be curious to see what we get for the Black Friday game. Because that game will be done before the Dolphins-Jets game.
It will be.
Or it'll be close because the Dolphins-Jets kick off at 2. So
that's true, yeah. So it'll be like...
wait, no. Does Black Friday game start at noon or 11?
No, it starts at 2 o'clock.
No. I meant Nebraska.
Oh, Nebraska's at 11.
It is 11. For some reason, I was thinking it might have been noon, but yeah, because they sometimes change that up. Tom McCarthy will be on the call. I think you'll enjoy him, folks.
Tom McCarthy,
the voice of the Phillies, who does games for CBS.
For some reason, I thought it was a guy named Brian.
No, Tom McCarthy.
Okay.
I think you'll
Brian
enjoy
man
him.
of
A
the
very
group.
well prepared.
Oh,
guy.
good.
By the way, Ohio State and Minnesota broke Nebraska-Iowa's record. The most watched game ever on BTN.
I saw that 2 million people.
2 million people watched Ohio State and Minnesota, beating the previous BTN record, the 2021 Black Friday game between Iowa and Nebraska, which was a good game.
It was a close game
until the punt got blocked.
I don't understand why that many people stuck around. Was it that bad of a window? I'm trying to remember this weekend.
Oh, the afternoon one? I don't know.
I guess it was kind of crappy.
It is Ohio State.
It is Ohio State. That's true.
And they are in the national championship race.
They are. They're playing in a huge game this weekend. It's called The Game against Michigan.
More on that coming up, but here's Tony on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Hi, Tony.
Tony?
Hi, guys. You know how to get an Iowa grad off your front porch?
Pay for the pizza?
That's right. Pay him $10 for the pizza. Don't tip him, though. Hey, what's the difference between a Nebraska fan and an Iowa football fan?
What?
5 national championships.
Any others?
No, there'll be more tomorrow.
Okay.
You guys may not be in the air tomorrow.
No, we're not on the air, but feel free to call the station anyway.
Sure, you bet. Thanks, Tony.
By the way, props to Tony. $10
thank
pizza?
you.
Where is that? Bidenflation and all, and he's getting $10
I
pies?
didn't think Little Caesars delivered.
I didn't
thought you had to
either.
go pick that up on
Man, he
on
must
site.
have. He must
I
have a
think Little
coupon.
Caesars does deliver now.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
He must have a coupon to get $10 off. I
Wow.
want to call Tony's pizza guy. Either that, or he lives in some small town in Stanton, Nebraska, aka Western Nebraska.
We've had a lot of interesting graphs here, but we've never had one done like this. And I thought it was very fascinating because the question has been asked about what kind of a program coaches have inherited. And going back to 2015, this is according to college football data. And they're looking at the inherited team talent composite. I'm assuming they're using one of the major, ranking services. And then I have to look sideways because I can never read these right.
No, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at Yippee, who said, "Why did I just watch a C2 punter pin a team inside the 5, but Bushini can't do it?" That's funny.
I don't know. Also, ELO, which is another
Electric Light Orchestra.
No, it's not that. It's another. It's another.
In the sky. What a great band.
Analytic rating.
Yeah,
But
it's essentially like an SP plus for
Yeah,
this nerd.
Right.
Is this Freemu? I guess that's the Freemu index.
Yeah. Well, this is CFB data.
It's his name, Nick. Jeez. People have names. Your name is Grim.
It's a sick last name.
It's how you operate.
But what this is showing is, okay, every new coach hired in the Power 5 since 2015, what kind of a program then did they inherit based on the talent that they had? And,
well,
of course, the accusation made by Jim Harbaugh was that Ryan Day was born on third base.
And look, he's the thirdest of bases.
First of all,
he's got a lead off.
First of all, Jim Harbaugh, congratulations, master of the obvious. Of course he did. It was Ohio State.
Wow, John sounds triggered by this news.
I'm not triggered.
Oh,
You're
John,
triggered.
when did you sneak the soapbox in here?
Yeah, I thought we were done with this soapbox.
Well, anytime it comes to that four-eyed goober,
beady-eyed,
beady-eyed, khaki-wearing goober.
I'm wearing khakis today.
I'm also wearing khakis.
Khakis are normal.
Suspended for
Find
the
a
big
new
game,
slant.
By the way. Also,
yeah, Ryan Day better beat suspended Jim Harbaugh's Michigan team.
And it's divided here in thirds, but the other coaches who are in Ryan Day's galaxy, would be
Clay Helton.
Clay Helton when he took over USC and Ed Orgeron.
Yeah. How about, so you have one guy in there who's won a natty, another guy who's played for a natty, and then Clay Helton.
Right.
Tough look for Clay. He didn't do a very good job.
Right. Now, what I thought was interesting was the placement of where Nebraska's coaches have been. And again, Nebraska's had three new coaches since 2015.
Holy God, you're right.
And the interesting thing,
they're all in the same
they're
band.
all basically in the same band, which is kind of classified as they inherited first base, right? First base, second base, third base. They were all kind of right in the middle of the group.
Was that Kissing Nick? Nick is so into the whole.
That's the homecoming dance.
Nice, Nick.
So I'm blowing this up a little bit so it zooms in a little clearer.
Blow it up.
And you can see kind of and what I'm most interested in is just the neighborhood, the company that these guys.
Because that's really the better story to tell. Because
Yes.
then it's easier to compare and contrast and say, okay, well, this coach did X in year one and then Y in year two, et cetera, et cetera.
So if you're looking for other comparable, and again, Riley, well, let's just look at Riley first because he was the first of the three. Some of the coaches that are very close to him include Jeff Brom when he took over Louisville this year.
How about this year?
Where's Louisville this year?
Yeah, awesome.
Also, right next to where Luke Fickell.
That was the first one that I noticed in there too. Mario Cristobal back in 2018 in this same neighborhood.
And Paul Christ when he took over Wisconsin in 2015.
For
Scott Frost, he's in the same neighborhood as Mel Tucker when he took over Michigan State.
Another L for Scott Frost.
Mike Loxley when he took over Maryland. Shane Beamer at South Carolina. Mike Norvell, Florida State.
And he's obviously gotten things
see where
way
Norvell
going a couple years later.
Also a guy whose name popped up in the news today, Matt Canada, when he was the head coach at Maryland.
Yeah.
And the people in and around the Matt Rule neighborhood, Josh Heupel, Kalen DeBoer.
Oh, great coach.
Hugh Freeze, currently at Auburn.
Chip Kelly. Yep. Lane Kiffin. Did you say Lane Kiffin?
Where was Lane? I missed.
A little up to the left.
Oh, yeah, Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the company of what the coaches inherited based on the rankings and the stats.
Yeah.
The recruiting rankings, the returning talent that they had coming back. And yeah, there are some examples of guys who obviously didn't do well. Will Muschamp at South Carolina, who was kind of right in the middle of where Rule, Riley, and Frost are. Ryan Walters, now he's only in his first year. Herm Edwards. So there's some successes. There are some failures.
Well, how about to the left of Frost, David Braun? And he is in the at-bat category, but David Braun, who has Northwestern in a bowl game in year one. Hey, can you go back to the broad one real fast? Because there was a couple coaches that I wanted to look at who were over in, as he refers to them as, the minors. Jeff Brom. Remember the Purdue team he took over back in 2017? So you have Jeff Brom. Lance Leipold.
Lance Leipold is almost as far in the wrong direction as Ryan Day is in the right direction.
Bingo.
And what Lance Leipold has done. Jonathan Smith.
And that was the other one.
At Oregon State.
And look
right down there by Lance Leipold.
Look who's right next to Jonathan Smith in the next category. Jed Fish, who took over Arizona, who now has, a 5-game winning streak, and they have been on a tear in the Pac-12 conference. And if this was our 12-team year, they would have a chance to sneak into the big dance. So essentially, I mean, the argument I would imagine that you would make coming away from this, John, is Rule did not inherit. First of all, he inherited better situations than Frost and Riley did, at least on paper. Inherited much better situations than guys like Lance Leipold or Jonathan Smith did. And Lance Leipold, we know what he did in year two. We know what Josh Heupel, who was in this neighborhood, we know what he did in year two. So that stuff's very interesting.
But what it shows is essentially Frost and Rule and Riley inherited some very similar talent. Very similar talent in terms of overall talent. And yet, of course, the first two didn't do anything with it. Well, Riley got to a bowl game, but never got more than a third year. And, of course, we all know what happened to Frost.
He was bad.
And now it's up to Matt Rule to be the Kalen DeBoer.
Look at you finally acknowledging that Kalen DeBoer rules. I told you this a year ago.
I didn't say rules.
You said he stunk.
I just called him Kalen DeBoring.
Yeah. You think his team's boring now? They're awesome.
Well, it helps when you got Michael Penix.
Well, he could have come to Nebraska and brought him along with him.
You think so?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, probably not.
Hopefully would have had a better quarterback than
But that's
Jeff
what I mean, that
Sims.
is what you're hoping for. Oh, by the way, let me go back to
there another coach you wanted to look at?
Well, I just want to look to the coaches born on second base, so the next category up, and some of the names that are in there. Harbaugh's over there. Jim McElwain when he took over Florida. Jimbo Fisher.
No, Nick, not McElwain.
Brian Kelly and Jim Harbaugh right next to each other. And Lincoln Riley at Southern California. All right there. And Dan Lanning. All of those coaches just grouped and right next to each other.
And think about how fast Dan Lanning, they are awesome right now. They are awesome. Josh writes, Rule has nowhere near the talent Riley inherited. It is interesting because if you go do the zoom out again, John, the composite says that Rule has more talent than Riley, but I would side with Josh. I don't think that this is as talented of a roster as the one that Mike Riley got. Now that was a fractured roster because they were unhappy with their coach getting dismissed.
Right.
But I feel like that was a more talented team. I guess we'll see.
Talented in the inherited ELO rating, Riley is the highest of the three. But
Rule has
in the talent composite. And again, that's going off of the recruiting rankings.
Yeah, they say that Rule has
Rules
more.
is a little bit more to the right, which indicates that Frost, at least left him some players in after recruiting.
Yeah.
So
I just would disagree. Like I think Riley had a better first year team of talented players than Rule has. I think so, at least. Definitely had a better quarterback.
Now, how much
I'd rather have Tommy than any of these guys.
Yeah.
But
for the most part,
Jordan Westerkamp.
For the most part, it wasn't. At least according to this,
They're all pretty much the same, though.
They're all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
They're all very much in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
It's just what you do with that group moving forward.
Yeah.
Because we read a lot of success stories in those neighborhoods. Also some failures, but we read a lot of success stories.
Sure. Mike writes in, I pushed for DeBoer to be hired over Frost. No one listened. Why didn't you listen to him back in 2017, John?
Yeah,
Where was
John,
DeBoer?
He was pushing for it.
He was at the college up in one of the Dakotas, right? Also, Mike, no one was hiring anyone over Scott Frost back in 2017.
No.
Bill Moose would have gotten fired the next day. Also, now people are sending in jokes.
Oh, jokes.
James writes, I'm a Cornhusker fan, but I was told a joke about NU fans from a Hawkeye that was actually pretty good. It takes one Iowa fan to change a light bulb. How many Husker fans does it take to change a light bulb?
It's probably one and the other 7 to talk about, how great the old light bulb was.
You kind of are there, but he says none. They'd prefer to sit in the dark and talk about how great the old light bulb was.
Okay. That works.
Let's see. Another joke coming in.
By the way, Kalen DeBoer, when Frost was hired, was the quarterback's coach at Eastern Michigan.
Yeah, I don't believe you, Mike. No offense. Will writes, liked the Iowa jokes. How do you starve a Iowa farmer?
I don't know.
You hide the food stamps under his work boots.
Hey, food stamps help people.
Also, are Iowa farmers lazy?
No.
Is that the joke here?
Well, if they were, we wouldn't have much for pork or corn.
You're welcome for the ethanol.
Yeah. All right. So I guess keep sending in your horrific, horrible jokes, and we'll read them on.
Oh, yeah. This is that blessed week where Josh ticks off Travis Justice.
That's right. What did I say again that got him so?
I
just said
coffee.
Don't buy Iowa. That's right. I did say Starbucks is bad, but I also said don't buy Iowa stuff. It's like a bit, and he got so mad. Gosh, Travis got so pissed.
Well, there's good
I was like,
stuff
don't
that
go to
comes from
Hy-Vee
Iowa.
for 1 week. Just don't support him for 1 week. Don't buy Toppling Goliath for 1 week.
Where are you supposed to go then if you want Toppling Goliath?
Bakers.
Oh, good luck not getting gas at Casey's.
Don't go there for 1 week.
I like Casey's.
Casey's is great.
That was a 2018 bit. We don't do that anymore. I don't do that anymore. But I don't go to Starbucks because it's bad.
Because Iowa's slowly annexing Nebraska, one Casey's at a time.
That is true.
You're welcome.
There's a lot of Iowa influence coming over here, but what Nebraska influence are we sending over there?
Iowa's going for the cultural victory. That's why I'm here. They sent me for a reason.
Think about it. We got the Hy-Vees.
Uh-huh.
We got the Casey's.
Uh-huh.
Isn't Come and Go also an Iowa-based company? Yeah, they're over here.
We need to make our own gas station.
But we don't have. I don't think there's many Runzas.
fantasies.
There's not many
Go and come.
Runzas or Valentines. Valentino's headed that direction.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Because we like good food.
Because it's not good. Yeah, we need to.
You know what we need to do?
Don't you have Alvarado's over there?
Yeah.
Boom. That's Omaha, baby.
That's fair.
Yeah, but I'm talking about not just in Council Bluffs. I'm saying on the other side of the state.
We got Alvarado's back home now. One of them just opened up back home.
Okay,
Runza's
well, all right. Runza is good.
No.
You don't like the whole restaurant or just Runza's?
Runza's. The
Agreed.
burger is fine. The burger's mid. It's not a good burger.
Wow.
I'm actually with Nick.
It's
on
an
this.
okay
No,
burger.
the burger's fine.
The
It's
fries
really
are
good.
great.
The best thing
The
about
onion rings
Runza,
are the best.
The best thing about Runza is the frings. The fact that they offered both, but Burger King started doing that now anyway.
Okay.
Who wants Burger King?
Comparing Burger King frings to Runza frings is like comparing
poop to pee.
No, not even close.
I'm not saying
not even close.
I'm not saying
it's like comparing Coke to, some low mid store brand.
I'm not saying that the Burger King ones are better. I'm just saying that was the best thing that Runza had going for it.
Jesse says we are sending them scooters.
We do have scooters.
We are sending scooters everywhere. All right,
that's
a good one.
I'd rather have scooters.
So
than,
we have scooters and Alvarados back home.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm glad we got scooters on our side. But what else?
There are a lot of Nebraska flags back home. There's a lot of Nebraska fans.
There you
in
go.
West Central
GBR.
Iowa.
We're sending them winners, John.
I see Nebraska flags and I'm like, take that down.
What?
What?
You said we're sending them winners?
Winners.
They ain't wearing. Are they waving Creighton flags?
Oh yeah, somebody said that we can give Iowa. Oh yeah, Alex and Lincoln send Creighton over to Iowa. We are a red state. John writes Godfathers.
So I guess.
Yeah,
but,
no, we have.
Cool.
But it's not as ubiquitous as Runzas and Casey's are becoming.
Those are more of our crappy pizza.
Oh, we do have more Godfathers back home than Runzas.
Runza is good. Do not disparage the great name of Runza. It's a fine sandwich. Best onion rings anywhere.
Their fries are so good.
And the fries are really good.
Mm.
It's just, why would you get the fries when you can get the onion ring?
Because the fries are better.
No!
I like the fries better than their onion rings. There are many other places I'd rather get onion rings at than Runza. Don and Millie's. Don and Millie's onion rings
Don
are
and Millie's
awesome.
onion rings are great.
Have you ever had them, John?
Yes.
You have?
They're fine.
Fine.
But they ain't Runzas.
They're better. I agree. They
I have
ain't
a theory.
Runzas.
I have a theory about Runza. People within the state of Nebraska love Runza, and that's fine. That's part of your culture. But I've never talked to a person who grew up outside of the state and has come to the state and agrees that Runza's great.
I would agree with
that. I've heard from a few.
It's so deeply ingrained into your state culture, which is fine. It's a matter of state pride for you guys. That's okay to like Runza. I just don't think it's that good. It's not as good as
don't
you guys
think it's
it
that
is.
good, but others like me think it's really good.
Because you grew up here.
We're of Runza.
You are of Runza, like I'm of music.
We are homers for it, John.
Okay, I like it.
It's
but
just part of the state. It's like how
it
I
still
would die
tastes
for
good.
Casey's.
If I came from Ohio and I tasted it and my taste buds are exactly the same, I would say, hey, this is pretty good.
There's probably some
I think
nostalgia
there's a
built in.
cultural influence.
Not
into
really.
it.
I didn't have Runza a lot when I was a kid.
I know people in Ohio like Skyline chili.
Yeah, nobody else does.
To them, that's their Runza.
Dave, another joke. What's the difference between a pizza and an Iowa Writers Program grad? Never heard of Iowa Writers Program.
An Iowa
Writers
I think
Program.
let's just say an Iowa
Iowa Writers Program. That's a thing.
Okay.
Okay. A pizza can feed a family of 4.
That's a writers
Boom!
don't make money.
I'm still
joke.
trying to figure out what a
Roasted.
writer's program
Yeah.
grad is. Bad joke.
Bad joke.
402-951-16.
Send in more of your bad jokes.
Please, because we want them bad.
Mm.
Michael Brunt's next, 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
There was a gentleman from Nebraska that was on the Titanic, and he survived by riding at it out on a door. And this guy was Johnson, and they called him Titanic Johnson from Wahoo, Nebraska.
Titanic Carl Johnson.
Go Nebraska.
Go Nebraska. That's the takeaway. GBR.
Coast Guard finds him floating on a door. GBR.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A sunny, chilly, and windy day for your Tuesday afternoon, hitting a high temperature around 42 degrees, a northwest wind gusting up to 35 miles per hour. Mostly clear overnight, waking up to a temperature tomorrow morning in the 20s. Mostly sunny throughout the day, but warming up tomorrow to a temperature in the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Visit Sid Dillon Chevrolet, Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer, to find the perfect vehicle for wherever your plans take you. Shop SidDillonChevy.com. Chevy, find new roads.
You are what drives us. Sid Dillon.
Hey, everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, of course, and in the old market as well. Listen, Thanksgiving is around the corner. You know this already. You're preparing. You're getting your turkey ready, all your sides. But dessert, that's the most important part. So make the call now for some to-go size orders from Ted and Wally's. Whether it's a pint, a quart, or half gallons, you'll be ready for your party, your Thanksgiving as well. Great flavors, over 3,000 of them, over 35 years in business providing you wonderful ice cream. Head over to Ted and Wally's now and tell them Severe sent you.
Amid high inflation and an uncertain economy, thousands of Omaha families are struggling to escape poverty. But this holiday season, you can help them find a way forward by giving to the Salvation Army. Here in the Metro, we serve families with the support they need to get back on their feet by providing food, shelter, utility assistance, and more. Join our effort to love beyond Christmas. Give to the Salvation Army today at omaharedkettle.org. That's omaharedkettle.org.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Unsportsmanlike conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Good on you, David Duke. This the basketball David Duke.
On 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsey called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
You know how I can tell it's November? Norfolk Catholic's on my TV.
Oh, man, me too. I was saying the same thing last night.
They're always in the state championship.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. All the time. All the time. 7-3, Norfolk Catholic leading Ord in the second quarter of Class C2. Hello, Michael Bruns.
Hello.
How are you?
Not bad. What's going on?
Hey, yeah, the Broncos are 2 games back now of the AFC West. How about that?
Yes, they are.
They are lurking, guys. If there was such a thing as NFL bowl projections, you might be checking those out now if you were covering the Broncos.
By the way, don't panic, but I saw one of the bowl projections today, and Nebraska was not on.
Oh, man. Sad.
McMurphy had him going to Vegas still.
Yes,
though.
he did.
Oh, yeah. Brett McMurphy is going to die on that hill of they're going to Vegas. He had that picked in August.
Yeah.
They're going to Vegas.
Might as well double down. This is the last week to double down on this. Brunson, if they go to Vegas, are you going?
Well, of course.
Hell yeah. Congratulations to Michael Bruns.
I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it is a pre-Christmas bowl game, and that's a good thing.
Yeah,
that is a good thing. You don't want to be doing Christmas in Detroit or any of the other options.
No.
Plus, you can commiserate with all the other A's fans.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, I could go scout out the empty parking lot where they're going to build a baseball stadium.
Yeah, go stand in the middle of the Tropicana and said, and my team's going to be here in 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay, can you figure out why Nebraska's favored?
Yes, thank you. Great question.
I don't know. I don't know. The numbers are about the same. I mean, they look pretty similar on paper. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, this is the kind of game where it's like the things that are going to really matter in the end. I think Iowa does better than Nebraska. Specifically, they have consistent special teams. I mean, I think that to me is the biggest thing. I have no idea why Nebraska is favored in this one, and why it's crept that way, unless there's something on the Iowa side we don't know. Maybe Nebraska has more motivation coming into this game. I don't know, but that's been a little bit of a head scratcher for me. It just seems like this setting up to the most Iowa game you could ever imagine.
Yeah, Bron. So you look at these two teams this year. Nebraska, obviously, a 5-6 team. They have lost each of the last two games by a score. Well, no, each of the last three games, by a score. Throw in the Minnesota game as well. Meanwhile, Iowa, they're 9-2 and they're 4-1 in games that are decided by a touchdown or less. Like, I keep looking at that and saying, okay, so why is it going to go Nebraska's way? And I'm with you. It's like there has to be some sort of an injury news or something that we just don't know about, because especially given the line has crept up and it's 2.5 now.
And maybe they assume that Kirk Ferentz is going to continue to punt the DeMornay Pearson out. I don't know. That's what they're factoring in. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some outsized confidence in Chubba Purdy. I don't know, but it's you can kind of see this game where it's going to. I thought Matt Rule yesterday actually summed it up really well. Why Iowa wins those games. I mean, they force turnovers. The defense is good, and it's almost like growing up. My parents had that board game Labyrinth where you had to like move the marble, and avoid the ball going to holes.
Yes,
like
I don't remember.
It always feels like I was playing that kind of game where you're just like trying to go uphill. You've got to really do a pretty fine job of threading the needle and stuff, and they're just always tilting the field. And I think that's a tough game for Nebraska to play, just because the special teams has been okay at times, but if you're constantly having to play out of your own end zone, and Nebraska's done that a ton this year, Iowa's the team that's there to get a safety or just set their offense up for the one touchdown they're going to get during the game, and that's going to be enough. So it's a tough matchup, and I mean, it always is with Iowa. I mean, that hasn't changed for years, but this Nebraska team again is turnover prone and more than willing to help the other team out at times. So you're going to have to find some big plays. And I still, to get back to your original question, I don't get the point spread. I just don't.
Bruns, you mentioned Chubb at the beginning of the answer. I know that a lot of people have left Saturday wondering maybe why he didn't see time until the end of the Maryland game and then starting in this game. Was that your takeaway from it? I guess the follow-up would be, do we know how injured he was that it kept him out of, the majority of this season, 75+% of the season?
Yeah. I mean, I think this, going into fall camp, I think he was, just down the depth chart, and, had the groin issue in fall camp. And it was something that, I think they were really working at, just trying to get him back to some level that he had been before health-wise. I mean, Matt Rule had said that he was, close to having surgery and shutting it down for the season. And, I think in some ways, I mean, he was always kind of that, in case of emergency, break glass quarterback. And it got to the point where they had to shatter the glass and throw him in there. And he's done pretty well. So, Matt Rule wasn't particularly clear on that. Kind of how available he's been this year. My sense is that he hasn't been particularly available. I forget which game it was where he had to go in there, and when somebody's helmet came off, and he just didn't look ready at all. So I think it's been the injury piece of it. I think with him, it's been a little bit of the consistency piece of it too. So kind of all the above. And, I think in some ways he's a guy that's been around long enough. It's kind of crazy that he's in his 4th year of college football already. And when you can game plan around him, you give him number 1 snaps and, he can do some things. I mean, it wasn't, I don't think there was any magic the other night. I think he was just a little bit more decisive. And I think, Jeff Sims and I think at times this year, Heinrich Harburg have played very hesitant. And I think there's just something about letting it rip that makes guys look better than maybe what they are sometimes.
Back in the day, we used to do a thing called hits, misses, and guys.
Oh, yes.
Now with the transfer portal, it's just hard.
It's impossible.
It's really impossible to gauge that. But the real problem Nebraska football has had is of their highest rated players, most of them never panned out. Either they were just guys or flat out misses.
Or some of them who were good, then they left, like a Wandale.
Like a Wandale. And Ty Robinson was probably on track to be just another guy.
Yeah.
And yet this year, it seems like, the tutelage of pot roast, which is delicious, by the way, has certainly helped. And now Ty Robinson has said he's coming back for his 5th season. Is this one of the more underappreciated stories of the year, Ty Robinson?
Yes, it is. I mean, I think, you guys asked me maybe during the bye week, like who my defensive MVP would be, or who the MVP overall would be. And I think there was some consensus that we would go Nash Hutmacher, and I think that's fair. I think that perhaps Ty Robinson's kind of rise, so to speak, has been overshadowed a little bit by that. But I think when you kind of look at the way that he's played the last 3 or 4 games, I mean, you see a guy that really has finally clicked for him. And, I think he benefited somewhat from the change in strength and conditioning in the offseason. I know he was limited a ton in the offseason, but he looks quicker to me. I don't know if that's, necessarily just the weight room work, if it's understanding the system or what, but he's been a handful for teams this season. And, when you kind of start projecting ahead to next year and what things are going to look like, I mean, you're losing some veteran leaders on the defensive side of the ball. You know that Quentin Newsom's gone. You know that Luke Reimer's gone. And getting somebody like that back on the defensive line is huge from a leadership point of view, from a guy that, has played a ton of football for you this year and is trending in a positive direction. That's a good thing. I mean, I think most people probably would have said if you got one of the 2 defensive linemen back for next year, it was probably going to be Nash. But now, I mean, there's a chance you get both back. And I mean, as you guys know, if you've got a good front and the defensive front in the Big Ten, you can have a pretty good defense that way. And that was some good bit of news, I think, that Nebraska kind of needed here.
Brun, staying on that side of the ball, as good as the defense has played this year, there's like a part of me that wonders how much they're like worn down or just tired as the final game approaches, given what we have seen from them in some of those key spots the last 2 games in particular, and I guess even the Michigan State game as well. If there is a concern to have with that side of the ball versus Iowa, and obviously we know what Iowa's offense is, what would you say that yours would be for this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you almost kind of have to play defense like Iowa does in some way and just kind of keep everything in front of you. The things that Iowa in the past has kind of been able to get Nebraska on are those either the long stretch plays or you just have a guy out of a gap and, they break a long run or they're able to hit a long pass or something on you. It doesn't take much for Iowa to do something like that and then to kind of ride out the win. So, my concern would be, just limiting those, killer 2 or 3 big plays that Iowa sometimes gets. And I think Nebraska will be okay. But I agree with you. I mean, I think at times over the last few games, Nebraska seems to be relying on a little bit of a smaller number of players than maybe what they were at the start of the season. I think part of that's injury. I think part of that is you kind of play the guys more that you can trust as the year goes along and you get into November. But that's probably, I think, the biggest concern for me is just, a mistake costing you 7 points in a game where, the point totals in the mid-20s. That's a big deal.
Brunsey, I hope you have an enjoyable Thanksgiving and that your dreams come true, that Nebraska wins and they head to Las Vegas.
Yes.
And you can join them.
Yeah, that's all I can ask for. That and another win over the Browns this week. That'd be okay too. But that's probably asking too much.
Maybe. The good news is, it's hard to intercept a pass when all you're doing is throwing sideways.
That's true. That is true.
Good point.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Brunsey, take care. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Bye, Bruns.
Thanks, guys. You too. Take care.
Michael Bruns, who joins us all every Tuesday here on The Grum. By the way, more on the Nebraska-Iowa matchup. Sip's going to join us here in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, early today.
Yeah, Sip will be a little earlier today because the happy hour is going to feel a lot more like a Friday. We've got the key party. We've got the Greek's Big Board,
Yeah, I
the
feel
trends.
bad. You sent content. I didn't realize we were doing content today.
Oh, we're
Well,
Sip
yeah,
right
we'll
after
do that a
dinner.
little earlier.
Oh, I would have helped out.
No, it's fine. There was just so
didn't let
much
me know
other
either.
really interesting stuff with
Topics
video
that we
and
didn't
stuff.
get a chance to get to? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I
So
feel bad.
no.
What am I
I
gonna
wasn't
give my-
intending to, and then I saw this. I saw, this is all interesting.
this and
So I
that.
thought it would be a good segment. Plus, your boy Harbaugh shows up.
Which segment are you going to let me give my quick F1 post?
No, that was Nick. That was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
You were supposed to do that yesterday.
Oh no, was I?
By the way, the
yesterday-
same dude won.
Yeah.
Even though he tried to wreck somebody and he broke his car, he still won.
Oh, but there was more passing yesterday, John. He also had a 5-second penalty that just didn't matter.
5-second penalty. No, it's a 5-yard penalty, Nick.
Oh,
It's amazing that it's a 5-second penalty.
And would it even matter?
Well, it didn't because he won.
Of course it didn't.
but it was one of those stop and go 5-second penalties, and not one that they just
Well, yeah,
add on after
he
the
so he
race.
pulls into the pit, old Maxie does, and his team can't touch the car for 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And then
they
can touch the
change
car.
tires in like 2.5 seconds, and then he's gone.
Yeah, would have been the fastest pit stop of the season if it didn't have that 5-second penalty.
There you go. And that's Talking F1.
There you go.
Great breakdown,
cool.
Nick. Excellent work. Thank you.
Also, that really good pass on the last lap.
Oh, man.
Speaking of Michigan and Ohio State, some thoughts on that maybe on the other side? I know you're very excited about that game, even though you're hedging your
I'm not as
emotional
excited
bets.
as I usually am because I don't think Michigan's going to win this year. Yeah.
And how
I'll give you
much
some
how
takes,
much
though.
will our conversations that we would be having today, how much will they be different next year in a 12-team playoff?
That's a fun topic.
16-20 in the zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620, the Zone.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and it is Thanksgiving week. And FanDuel's got something that you'll be thankful for because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your pick wins. So with so many games going on this week, Thanksgiving is the perfect time to join. And in honor of Thanksgiving, why not pick the Lions? Why not pick the Cowboys, the teams that are always there for you? You pick them and they win on the money line. You get $150 in bonus bets. Head to FanDuel.com/Happer and fill up your plate with parlays and player props all weekend long. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Kenoyer Garden Center. We'd like to be a part of your family's holiday tradition. Whether you're looking for a gift for that special someone or a wreath for your front door, we'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market full of Christmas decor, novelty items, and fresh greens. Shop Glasshouse Market, located within Kenoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit Cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line price. Max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction. Presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by J. Sennett Contracting, Tinman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Connor Happer. Join Gary Sharp and I for the Class A state championship game tonight on 1620 The Zone, brought to you by Great Plains Home Exterior. Tonight, it's the one-seeded, undefeated Omaha Westside Warriors against the three-seeded Class A Elkhorn South. Coverage of the high school football state championship games on 1620 The Zone is brought to you by Great Plains Home Exteriors. The Class A state championship game tonight. Broadcast starts at 7 o'clock. Kickoff at 7:15 right here on 1620 The Zone.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Michigan and Ohio State. Game the world has been waiting for. Armageddon.
The sign stealer guy.
And yes, the sign stealer guy. And people forget Jim Harbaugh won't be coaching in that game.
Be a real shame if Ryan Day lost to that Michigan.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on.
You're
picking against Michigan. You can't be shaming Ohio State now. You're picking Ohio State.
Yes, but if I pick Ohio State and they lose, then that means that we as a society were wronged by Ryan Day.
How were we wronged by Ryan Day?
Because if he can't beat Jim Harbaugh-less Michigan, he stinks.
Okay.
They're only Jim Harbaugh-less during the game.
That's right.
Which
They've
is
had
when it's
Harbaugh
important.
the whole week.
You need that's garbage. You need.
What do you mean that's garbage? He's there the whole week. He's
know.
playing in the game.
But you need him during the game. Why? Head coaches are important to have in the game.
Yeah,
how many plays does Harbaugh call?
I'm sure he makes lots of decisions on the sidelines.
He doesn't call any of the plays.
You don't think that it's important to have a head coach on the sidelines?
Yeah, how else are you going to know to do an onside?
It's like if it was like Harbaugh versus Ryan Dayless, Ohio State. Actually, no, I'd probably pick Ohio State to win in that one too. Just kidding.
But
let's get serious about this game.
Here's the point, though, because in the games that Jim Harbaugh hasn't been on the sidelines, J.J. McCarthy, who some people thought was Heisman Trophy candidate.
For the record, that wasn't me.
Hasn't been very good.
No, again, because Harbaugh's important.
But here's my question. Again,
because
Sharon Moore is the one who's calling the plays.
Yeah.
So why aren't these two? Here's what McCarthy said about Sharon Moore. He says,
my head coach.
Who knows what Coach Moore wants and expects out of me? Think about that. Who knows? This is a J.J. McCarthy tweet or a quote. Who knows what Coach Moore wants and expects out of me? He was asked if expected to be part of the running game. I would just predict that we're going to do anything and everything to win this football.
Well, that's a good take. You would hope that they would do anything they can to win.
But the question is, why would they? Well, here's another quote from McCarthy. The key is getting on the same page with Coach Moore, making sure there's no confusion throughout the week with the game plan and what he expects of me, and going out there and doing the best I can every single play. I mean, they had to have been working closely together. Is like Moore speaking a different language than McCarthy, and that's where Harbaugh comes in. It's Harbaugh, or is Harbaugh having to be like almost like the babysitter who's just like, hey, it's okay. Sharon's not a bad guy. Just listen to what he says. Or it's very curious.
Is it?
Yes.
Why is this so weird? Their head coach isn't
Harbaugh's
there.
not calling the plays.
But
he's not designing the offense.
But he has so much communication with him.
I understand.
So much communication with him.
But he has no communication with Sharon Moore during the week at all?
It's just like
this is something like, oh my God, who's this guy? Where did he come from?
No, it's like in the NFL, for the last few years, the Chiefs had Eric Bieniemy and they had Andy Reid.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Patrick Mahomes was only talking with one of those guys. He was talking with both of those guys.
I understand that, but the way that McCarthy is talking here,
I mean, it does come across very odd.
Makes it sound like these two haven't been on the same page all year, or it's just like, whoa, who let this guy in here? Who are you? I don't know who you are. It's just very weird. It just seems very weird.
To me, it shows the importance of Harbaugh.
Right, but it also maybe shows that
they're going to lose this week. That's what it shows. It's so obvious. I don't understand why I can't have this opinion. You think Ohio State's going to win. So why can't I also think Ohio State's going to win?
But I thought now, first of all, I thought up until these last couple of weeks, I thought Michigan was going to win.
And I did too. But then I've watched the last two games, and this has shown itself on the field. The offense looks way off track compared to what they were doing in the previous 6 games.
Absolutely,
the defense hasn't looked as good over the last couple of weeks. And look, the elephant in the room is this stuff finally getting to them? And my answer to that would be 100% yes. They are cracking under the pressure of everything right now.
Interesting.
I think it's only interesting that I'm saying this because I'm the Michigan apologist.
No, I'm just saying it. I'm not saying.
But you would agree with that, right?
He's just making
I don't know if they're cracking under the pressure. It's hard to.
I think it's getting.
I can't determine that.
I think it's getting.
I can't determine that.
I think
I don't deny that there's obviously something lost here.
Yes.
That JJ McCarthy needs Harbaugh there to hold his hand or something.
Right, because he's a great head coach. And also, I mean, this is not even me trolling. He's a really good head coach. So why would it's like that? That was why when people first said that a couple weeks ago,
calling the play.
That doesn't matter, man. Like
it does. Absolutely, it does.
It does. But okay, it does.
When
in
you're
that sense,
talking like this, it makes it sound like Sharon Moore and JJ McCarthy wouldn't recognize each other in the hallway.
Does it maybe make it sound like actually Harbaugh has more of his fingerprints on a in-game situation than we are led to believe,
or at least more hands-on with his quarterback?
Bingo. So then this would explain all of this stuff where
Perhaps.
JJ is answering these questions in a very odd way. To me, the answer is like, oh, well, duh, Harbaugh's involved way more than we probably thought he was. Which is probably why, again, the offense has struggled. Okay, again, what did the stats say? McCarthy has had his worst 5 games in what games this year? The ones where Harbaugh's not. Okay, so is it that crazy of a leap to say, oh, Harbaugh maybe is actually calling plays? You know, is that like a wild opinion to have? I don't think it is.
I don't think he was calling the plays, though.
Maybe not. It wouldn't surprise me if he was calling plays at certain points in games, though.
I don't know how they work on the sidelines, but the comments, especially now that this is 5 games, this will be what, the 6th game?
This will be the half the season.
And McCarthy
Andrew
is
says
still
Josh
talking
is crazy.
like this.
How is this crazy? I don't understand how this opinion is crazy.
No, I'm not saying you're crazy.
That's what Andrew said.
That's fine.
Screw you, Andrew.
But by now, it's like, okay, we kind of know what we're dealing with here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's figure this out. And it doesn't sound like they have figured this out.
No, and that's why they're going to lose.
That and Ohio State is really, really, really good.
They're definitely good. They're definitely good. Michael writes, not severe.
Oh,
John implying the head coach
of
a top 5 team in their biggest game of the season not being there isn't a big deal because he doesn't call plays is ridiculous.
Ho. I didn't say it wasn't a big deal. He wasn't going to be there. I'm just more curious about the dynamic between McCarthy and Sharon Moore.
So then
That's
why, when I gave you a theory, did
questioning
you say,
about.
I don't know, you won't even entertain the theory that Harbaugh probably doesn't have a ton of fingerprints on the offense and what's happening?
I'm sure he has some, but not the entire offense. No.
Okay.
That's my read on the situation.
So then what explains this to you then? If it's not my theory, what would be your theory? You think that JJ literally doesn't know Sharon Moore?
No.
Okay, so if you don't think it's that, then what would it be?
But that maybe there has been a disconnect between those two, because remember, this isn't his original offensive coordinator either. That there has been a disconnect between the two, and again, Harbaugh has been he's been the constant. So when McCarthy's got an issue with the offense or has anything about the offense, he always goes to GM. And that there hasn't been that connection with he and Moore since maybe.
I mean, he was the co-OC in 21 and in 22.
Well, then I can't answer it. Then I don't know. It is interesting though to hear those kind of comments from a quarterback this deep into the run, because again, this will be game 6.
This will be game 6, half of the
game
year.
6 that they will be working together. And it's not like this is a surprise where it's like, JJ wakes up in the morning and goes, "Where's coach?" He knows he's not going to be there.
He knows he's not going to be there.
There are 9 teams.
9.
According to Ralph Rousseau, our friend from the Associated Press, still alive for the college football playoff heading into this rivalry weekend, in his estimation.
Does he include Louisville?
Yes.
Yeah, I disagree with him then. I think there would be 8.
Well, if other things break, maybe Louisville.
A lot would have to break.
Sure, but that's what he's saying. Teams that are alive.
I guess so.
Teams that are alive. He says, in my rough estimate, in a 12-team format with 6 auto bids.
Yeah, how many would be alive?
He said 15 more teams would be in the hunt.
15 more teams.
Yeah.
So 24 total? Because it was
That would be, yeah.
Man. Yeah, that'll be fun.
It'll be different.
You don't think it'll be fun?
I think it will be different.
But you don't think it'll be fun?
I don't think it'll be potentially as fun. Not saying it won't be fun. It just
So
won't
you
be
do think there
potentially-
will be a modicum of fun involved? You used to want to expand. Why are you you're poo-pooing it now?
I'm not poo-pooing. I'm not poo-pooing
It seems like you poo-pooed it a little bit.
No.
It seems like your opinion on it expanding has changed a
Hey,
little bit.
The only reason I moved off of Fine with 4 was for access.
And that's we're going to get
But
that.
if the access somehow could have been there with Fine with 4, I would have stayed with Fine with 4.
But it wouldn't, and we're going to get it. So why are
I know,
you...
but the only reason it wouldn't have been is because of artificial means, because the Power 5 has brainwashed everyone into thinking they're the only football that matters.
But John, you're getting mad about something that's not happening. So why are you
No, I'm not getting mad about it. I'm just saying, I'm explaining to you why I moved off of Fine
I
with
know.
4.
So you should be excited for the fun because you're getting the access.
It won't be as fun, but we can talk about that later because we got
Wow,
SIP
that's
coming
quite
up
the
next.
tease.
We got SIP coming up next.
Yeah,
on
he's-
1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently nothing major as far as wrecks go. We are getting reports of some delays if you're west on I-80 between I Street and Giles. Also delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. If you're east on L Street, delays go from 102nd to 90th. And it looks like some delays on westbound Industrial Road around 144th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Zoom Drain.
Dealing with any type of plumbing issue can be overwhelming, especially if it's related to your drain or sewer lines. Thankfully, Zoom Drain specializes in drain and sewer services of all scopes. Contact Zoom Drain anytime by logging on to zoomdrain.com.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
The final regular season unauthorized Big Red Breakfast is back, and we want you to join me, Gary Sharp, and Nick Hanley from Sharp and Hanley in the morning, along with Jimmy Wednesday for our final breakfast. We'll be breaking down all the big stories for the final week, and can Nebraska repeat their upset of Iowa from last year?
This week, join us at the new Gretna Hy-Vee on 191st, featuring a breakfast buffet for just our show. One trip for $12 or all you can eat for $15. It is our final home game unauthorized Big Red Breakfast with Sharp and Hanley at Hy-Vee at 1620 The Zone.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Cyber Monday is almost here, and 1620 The Zone has your 16% off Cyber Monday deals. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Monday, November 27th for 16% off deals from Early Bird, Rodizio Grill, Lula Bees, Omaha Children's Museum, Timber Creek Pizza Pub and Grill, Muchachos, and the Woodcliff Restaurant. That's right, Cyber Monday only. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Monday, November 27th for these 60% off 1620 The Zone Cyber Monday deals.
Hey, it's Connor Happer. Join Gary Sharp and I for the Class A State Championship game tonight on 1620 The Zone, brought to you by Great Plains Home Exterior. Tonight, it's the one-seeded, undefeated Omaha Westside Warriors against the three-seeded Class A Elkhorn South. Coverage of the high school football state championship games on 1620 The Zone is brought to you by Great Plains Home Exteriors. The Class A state championship game tonight. Broadcast starts at 7 o'clock. Kickoff at 7:15 right here on 1620 The Zone.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here. He tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh! Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Stephen M. Sipple, Husker Online. Member of the On3 Network.
Why are we talking like that?
Watcher of TikTok.
Watcher of TikTok.
I don't know why I'm talking like that, Sip.
Because it's our Friday.
Yeah, it is.
It has had a Good Friday vibe.
Yeah, we're being goofy today, Sipple.
Yeah.
Oh, God, it's Tuesday.
I know. Well, we've got Creighton basketball tomorrow, which, it's not my Friday. I'm working tomorrow. The rest of these slackers aren't.
You get paid to do that.
Paid. Are you getting paid tomorrow?
No. Well, so I mean, I'm a salaried employee, so I will
go.
still get. You get extra. You get bonus money, John. Bonus work money. Sipple, are you doing a show on Friday?
Yes, we are doing a show Friday.
Bummer.
Oh.
No, it's okay. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, and you're downtown, and then you can just walk to the stadium.
That's true.
I'm happy to do it because I just hate that football kind of coming to an end here.
Thank you. Me too, man. This sucks.
Yeah, there's still the NFL.
There's still the NFL.
And we still now, Josh, we do got a lot left, but
not Nebraska though. We have one of those.
I know we might have only one left, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're Stibs these days.
Where?
Wow,
well,
I'm right here.
He doesn't watch the NFL because, the Broncos are winning. I don't know.
The Broncos are winning and the Chiefs lost last night. Stibbs has got to be happy.
Yeah, he should be back in on the NFL. But yeah,
That
I don't
song,
know.
I always listen to that song, the intro, and there's always a part of me is like, why are we still doing this? Then the second part of me is that song is appropriate from start to finish.
Yes, it is.
Yep. It still fits.
Yeah,
just because John and George are dead doesn't mean we can't listen to the Beatles.
That's true. I love the Beatles.
Also, I made you that one open that one time and nobody liked it.
That's true.
Except you. I think you liked it.
I did. I liked it. It was fine.
Mm.
But you're like Pablo Cruz compared to Stibs.
Wow.
Pablo Cruz.
Nice.
What you gonna do when she says goodbye?
Pablo Cruz had his place too in
Yes,
this world.
he did.
And it was a prominent place in the Miami scene.
Everyone's making me feel like Cousin Oliver.
Sip, I'll see Stibbs on. I'll see him this weekend. I'll let you know what he's up to.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Tell him hi for me.
I will. I got you, fam.
Well, does the result of Friday's game, Sip, change the tone of the offseason? And should it?
Yeah, 100%.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
A game like that could, especially if it's followed with a bowl victory. Yeah, it changes the tone dramatically. I'd say to beat Iowa, a ranked Iowa team, and get to a bowl game. Yeah, pretty much all sins would be forgiven.
Really? Because my argument has been, and this is more, I get it from the emotional feel-good standpoint, but from the issues standpoint, the things that Nebraska has to do in the offseason does not change based on the result of Saturday. I mean, they're still going to have the same issues that they would have had to try to make 2024 a better season.
Well, I think it could help you solve some of those issues. I mean, I think you need to show tangible progress at some point. It can't just be selling to people in the portal or recruits the notion of hope. There's
got to have proof.
Nice to show. Yeah, it's nice to show like hard evidence. And plus, John, emotion is college football. That's what college football.
I know.
We're not reading spreadsheets all the time and locked away in little cubicles. I mean, this is all emotion. It's a lot of it's just emotion. So Nebraska is I just think a win would be gargantuan on Friday.
Sip, I've spent a lot of time since the game on Saturday thinking and talking to people about the macro versus the micro. In that, in the macro sense, I think that what Matt Rule has done with this program, I'm not giving him an A+ because they have a long way to go still, but it's moving in the right direction. I really like the way that he is trying to build the program. In the micro sense, the end of the last two games have really left me wondering, what kind of in-game manager will we be covering and talking about over the next few years. What's that push and pull like for you right now as you break down how you view the big picture changes that the program has undergone? A lot of them good, I think, and some of them bad, but also like, wow, I know I've left at least the last two games wondering what the hell were they thinking when they got into the red zone?
Yeah, that's really micro. I mean, that's really getting down to the micro, and I don't usually do that. Against Maryland, I made it pretty clear that I was okay with the way they handled that. I seem to be in the minority, but of course I'm in the minority because everybody has hindsight and it didn't work. So yeah, okay, I get it. Now in this case, I don't judge it much till I hear a full explanation. And I understood Matt's explanation yesterday to a large extent. I mean, he wanted to give the defense a shot to win a game. It was flawed, of course, what he said. The reasoning was somewhat flawed, at least, because you could give the defense a shot to win it with 40 seconds left and lead if you really tried to score a touchdown, right?
But what was kind of forgotten in all of that, Sip, was by playing for overtime, yes, you're giving your defense a chance to win, but you're also demanding that your offense do one more thing. Because you can't win without the offense doing something.
Unless you get like a pick six or something.
Right. That's a really good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Anyway, in the moment, even in the moment, Saturday night, I thought, well, why they let so much time go? And I'm not that guy, I was I'll tell you who is that guy. He was really good at that clock management stuff in real time. Is BC Brian Christopherson. I happened to be standing by him in the waning moments of in the last part of the game, and he was wondering aloud, like, what are they doing? I don't think he'd mind me saying that. And I was kind of like, okay, yeah, they are letting too much time go. But Rule it was intentional. He did have, I thought, okay reasoning, at least okay reasoning. So I don't lose any sleep over stuff like that. No, I don't really let it impact how I look at the program going forward, Josh. I really don't.
Yeah.
I worry a little bit about play calls at this point. I do worry about that a little.
In terms of like Marcus Satterfield?
Yeah, a little bit there. I mean, and again, you guys know me well enough. We've been doing these shows long enough. I'm usually the last to go in that direction. But the trick play element of that game, I thought was irresponsible a little bit. I thought. Look, it didn't cost them the game. I don't think. But there's been some examples where I'm usually pretty tolerant, where I've found myself saying, "What's going on here?"
Yeah, the way, and I said this to somebody. Actually, I might have said this to John off the air yesterday. I don't always get the vibe that Satterfield has a good feel for calling a game. Where, I watch so much football. So, I see good play callers, and bad ones a lot. It just, sometimes I wonder what the thought process is with some of the play calls. Or, that this player isn't good at doing this. So why do you have this player try to do this? And so that's always my perspective, I think, with Satterfield.
But here's the thing, though. And I don't mind. I've probably said it before, but now, I sit by a coordinator every day on my show, and a lot of the stuff I've said over the years, it gets verified, which I appreciate from Bill. The reason I don't go too far down the road of questioning a play caller is because I don't know exactly what he's dealing with. If he's dealing with, for instance, a guard who's got a bad wheel and a running back who's only half in because his girlfriend broke up with him 2 hours before the game. And I don't know exactly what's being asked on a given play of certain players. So it's really now. And then if you sat in a film session following a game, you'd be like, "Oh, okay, all right. Now I guess I get where you're coming from." That's why I really am hesitant to go too far down the road. Now, but again, the trick plays are such a blatant. There's just not much you can say about a trick play. It's blatant. It kind of sticks out, and I just didn't think I just thought they were wholly unnecessary.
If Iowa is the smarter, more experienced in close games, better executing version of what Nebraska is, can you figure out why Nebraska's favored on Friday?
Nope. Can't for the life of me. Except, I was talking to one of the radio guys over there, Kenny Miller, and he thinks they'll hold some guys out. Maybe not. They'll be careful with some guys. Maybe not just blatantly holding out key guys, but they might hold out a couple, and they're banged up front on offense. They might not. I mean, both the interior and the tackles are banged up. So Vegas might know some of that. So that's something. That's definitely something to watch. And that offensive line's not very good anyway. So that's big. I mean, that's pretty big because Nebraska's good up front, obviously, on defense.
Was two-part question for you about Chubba. Was that the best quarterback performance we have seen by any Cornhusker this season? And what level of play are you expecting from him versus a better Iowa defense than what we saw versus Wisconsin?
Is that the best we've seen? Is that the best
like front to back, the whole 60 minutes?
I'd have to think. I'd have to look back.
I'd
almost need to have a schedule in front of me to think about what Heinrich did in a couple games earlier, right out of the chute. He never was that great. So yeah, I'd say, there's not much to compare it. There's not much great to compare it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like finding that cherry in that bowl of sludge. Just like, oh, there's a cherry in a bowl of sludge.
Do you do that often?
Yes, I look for cherries in my sludge all the time.
Over at the end of the game. But yeah. And he had the explosive plays, plural, one via run, one via pass. Why did they stall out on 7 straight possessions? That's what you'd have to delve into a little bit. Rule says that's not. Rule said specifically that wasn't on Chubba. And now, how do I think he'll do against Iowa? I think it could look pretty similar because I just think game experience, you hear it all the time. Game experience, there's nothing like game experience. And he went into he went on the road against what's traditionally been a tough Wisconsin team, not a tough Wisconsin team this year, but still he went on the road and had to handle all of that, went through a week of preparation in order to be that ready. And he'll do that again. Oh, I think the maturity part is big. And I think listening to Chubba today, that he's 4 years in now. He's 4 years into college. 4 years. I mean, it's really interesting. And he's had injuries, but I sense that he feels like, okay, I got to start doing something. This is, I guess we use the word urgency a lot in this market, or this, in the sporting realm. But I do think there is some urgency here with Chubba that works in Nebraska's favor.
Would you give him a fair shot of being the starting quarterback next year?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, especially if he wins this game and wins a bowl game, of course. Yeah. I mean, it's all just a performance. To me, it's a performance discussion. And again, I do the same thing every time when we start down this road. I don't know what's going to be available to Nebraska in the portal. I don't know what's going to be available, period, in the portal. I don't know what's going to be available to Nebraska in the portal. So there's no guarantee. There's just some magic. There's this magic wand you wave and think, okay, we'll go get a guy, and he's going to be better than what we got. We'll see. I don't know.
Is there a chance with potentially 2 games that it could at least, because I agree with you, we don't know what's in the portal, what Nebraska can get out of the portal, but could it change? Could Chubba's performance change the aggressiveness with which the coaches decide to use the portal?
Oh, absolutely. I think so. But I also, that the other part of that conversation that's interesting to me is if Chubba would lead Nebraska to a win against Iowa, then a bowl win. Now, some quarterbacks out there might look at it and say maybe they have their guy, and then there would be a discussion with Nebraska coaches, and what would that be like? I don't know. But I mean, I know all I can do is give you my opinion on the matter. And my opinion is, no matter what happens in these next 2 games, you still got to go get one. Try to get one, a quarterback. And I'm always about, you just try to go get the best guy. I'm not going to overthink it. Like, okay, if Chubba plays well, maybe you just go get a guy that you can develop. Doesn't necessarily have to be a guy to play right away. Okay, we can start going down those sort of nuanced conversations, but I just say, no, just go get the best guy you can possibly get, and then have them compete. Compete. But Chubba said something interesting today too, that he graduates in December. So Chubba could leave too. I don't know.
And then play immediately somewhere else.
Right. I don't know where. I think Sims will graduate too. He was on track to graduate in December. So I don't know how it's all going to shake out. What I would hope, I kind of just hope, I'm kind of rooting for Chubba now, that he looks good, leads Nebraska to a win, which they badly need on Friday. And I mean, I believe they badly need to beat Iowa for the good of the program, for the program in the immediate and in the future. It's a huge game. These have been huge games. They've blown opportunities, and they get one last chance.
Huge enough where, and I know it kind of started the conversation, but when you stress how big this is, could this then affect how people look at Matt Rule long term?
If they lose?
If they lose.
Yeah, if they lose another close game
Which it'll be close. I mean, it's Iowa. It's going to be close. We just know.
And it's Nebraska.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, it always depends a little bit on what it looks like. And if it's managed, people get, I don't know how people look about, I don't think that people would look too negatively on Rule specifically. I don't think it would be that bad that way. I just think there would just be an overall sort of kind of feeling of doom,
But man, it's hard to think of. It's hard to think of that and say doom, and the coach is like the head. He's like the dude that can change all of that.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I do think that, I don't know. I hate doing that when I try to generalize what people are thinking. All I can tell you is what I'm thinking. even if they lose to Iowa, which I will regard as a definitely unfortunate.
But understandable,
even
given
if
that they're
that's the
9-2.
I still think like Josh, and probably like you, John. I think I really like the leadership of the program.
I do too. I've already said Matt Rule has accomplished what I wanted to see Nebraska do in year one, but I also did not have bowl expectations on this season.
I would say, a lot of faith in the program's leadership. And when you say leadership with Rule, you're talking mostly about Rule. He's a lot of the reason I like him is because he takes full responsibility for everything.
He does,
and he is he's a prototypical CEO. His hands are in everything, and he cares a lot. So I know I'll feel okay about the big picture if they lose the game. I'll just be a bumper because they need to get to a bowl game. It needs to happen. You can say what you want about it. Say why is it a big deal to go to a crappy bowl? It's a big deal for this program. You got to get that stigma off of you. And the other part is people say, "Come on!" And I know I can literally hear people in their cars saying, "Simple, it's Rule's first year." Yeah, but it's not Luke Reimer's first year, and it's not Newsom's first year, and it's not Benhart's first year. These guys want to go to a bowl game,
and they started 5-3.
Right. Thank you. So there's a lot of important guys in the program that it's really important to get to a bowl game for them.
Steve Sipple. Sip, your mouth already watering for Thanksgiving turkey and dressing and gravy?
I don't know.
Wow. So
I've never heard anyone say, "I don't know."
Yeah,
that
usually
question.
people are either excited for
So
the food or they think it sucks, but I've never heard, it's mid.
Man, all this Thanksgiving and turkey hate and now milk, and it's like my
Sip,
whole
what do you think of
childhood.
milk?
My whole childhood. Next thing you know, people are going to come and say, "Yeah, that Sesame Street, that was a bunch of garbage."
What do you think of milk,
I bet
Sipple?
Sip loves milk.
Yeah, I do.
See?
I love it.
Olds like milk.
Olds do like milk.
No, but I'm talking
But I
about
also
earlier
like
in the
milk.
show when people were dissing milk.
Yeah, Sip, I don't drink milk. John got triggered by it.
Oh God, I love it. I do love it.
I do too.
When was the last time you had a bowl of cereal, Sip?
5 a.m. today.
Hell yeah.
What was it?
Grape nuts.
Yes.
Okay, grape nuts isn't cereal.
Yes, it is.
Grape nuts isn't cereal.
Yes, it
it's
is.
a bar
What a
snack
horrible
that
way
you
to
can
begin
put
a
milk
day.
in.
No, it is not.
That sounds like a garbage way to begin a day.
Grape nuts is a bar snack.
No, grape nuts is not a bar snack.
A bar snack?
Yeah.
No,
You're thinking beer
I
nuts.
don't think you know what grape nuts are.
He
if you're
definitely
saying it's a bar
doesn't. He definitely doesn't.
Right.
Grape
You're
nuts.
thinking of beer nuts, yes, Nick.
Grape nuts.
Yeah, you're
Grape
thinking-
nuts helps keep your teeth. You know, it's like when you give a dog like those
the
chew
bone
toys.
things, yeah.
That's what grape nuts are for human teeth. Helps scrape
Grape
the
nuts.
stuff off.
Nice.
With brown sugar are really good in the morning.
Ooh, I've never done the brown sugar.
Sean says,
Yeah.
I would
I'm gonna
bet
try
Sip
that.
loves warm milk. Are you a warm milk guy?
No, I don't. I mean, I'm not averse to it.
Ugh.
No, I'm usually cold milk.
Oh yeah, no. I don't.
Warm milk? That sounds like hell.
No.
Ugh.
No warm milk.
No. I look forward to that every morning. Actually,
Well, enjoy your grape nuts on Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving, Sip.
good conversation, guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Bye,
Sip.
Sip.
All right. God bless you.
Wow. I will say this. I disagree with him so hardcore, though. People need to chill about Chubba having one good game. I'm serious. The mood swings of this place.
Oh, I know.
Is Heinrich the guy? No. Is Chubba the guy? Chill out. If this
Chubba could be, but we need to see a lot more.
Yes, the idea that this would affect how they enter the transfer portal, if that's the case, I would have lost faith in this coaching staff. Period. If they were to be like he had 2 good games to end the season, and even if they went 1-1 in those games, chill out. Bring in somebody, compete for the job. If Chubba wins, baller. Cool. May the best man
but
win.
There's no guarantee that Chubba will be back.
That's true too. We saw this with Heinrich after like 2 games. People were like, oh, could he be the quarterback of the future? You asked the question of people like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Yeah, he could be the quarterback of the future because of one Matt Rule quote. Like, people need to really pump the brakes. The recency bias of this
I
place
know.
is wild.
Well, because people are so desperate for the next hero. Some guy walks in with a cape and, a mask on. It's like, Batman's here.
Is it the known
and then
versus-
he fails, and then someone else comes in. It's like, oh, Superman's here.
Is this the known versus the unknown, where people are like, I know that inside of that door, what's in that
Part of it.
room? Like, I'd rather have that.
Part
It's
of
like,
it.
even if the chair's a little wobbly in that room, but I know that chair.
No, it is, but I think it's more just people are so desperate to cling to anything that looks successful that it's like, we can't let this go.
And this is not, I don't want this to come across as anti-Chubba. It's more
No, I'm
pro
not-
competition. And
Well, yeah, it's
he
pro
could be a
competition
very serviceable backup.
And let's see what we have here.
He scored 2 touchdowns in the first 2 drives, and then essentially the offense got blanked the rest of the game. Like, that's the guy you want to go into battle with for sure, is the guy in 2024? Yeah. Like, man, we need to chill.
Corn nuts, by the way.
Yes, we know you were thinking of corn nuts.
I love
thinking of corn nuts.
I love corn nuts too.
Yeah.
I don't like corn
We
nuts.
do have some content because I do want to get to this. Jim Harbaugh had some things to say, and Tom Brady, speaking of people, I bet Tom Brady, when he said what we're about to play for you, what he said, probably had a bowl of grape nuts
By the way,
before he said it, because he too is becoming an old.
Don't forget a couple things. I have hot takes that I would
And
love
we
to
have
get off
hot
my
takes.
chest. But a
And we have
couple of
hot
tweets real fast. Happer says exactly what I was thinking. It's like the cherry in the bowl of sludge. And our friend Kevin Kugler says, wish I had a nickel for every time I watched John search through sludge for a cherry in college.
I look for it all the time.
Where's my sludge, honey? I got to go diving for cherries.
I look for cherries in my sludge. And one day I'm going to find it. Maybe Chubba can be the cherry in the sludge.
Maybe he can be the cherry in the sludge.
Or maybe the 2024 Chevy Equinox LS can be your cherry. And you can find one that's probably in cherry red as well at Woodhouse Chevy in Omaha and Missouri Valley, because whether it's a 23 or a 24, either way you can save. And the 24 Equinox LS comes loaded. Hands-free power liftgate, Chevy safety assist, driver technology, and 1.5-liter turbocharged engine. And you can lease yours at Woodhouse Chevy today for $389 a month for 36 months at 10,000 miles per year. Woodhouse also has the 23 Silverado 1500 Custom that comes with Turbo Max engine. That's the powerful 4-cylinder that gives you great fuel mileage, but can still haul up to 9,500 pounds towing. It also comes with corner step rear bumper, 10-way power seat with lumbar, and hitch guidance. Lease your Silverado from Woodhouse for only $549 a month for 36 miles at 10,000 miles per year. Just have first payment and $179 doc fee at signing. See Woodhouse's full selection at woodhouse.com and find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy, exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley, or 112th in Dodge in Omaha. Must be Costco member and have GM lease loyalty or lease conquest to qualify. Offers expire 12/4/23. See dealer for details.
Previously on the crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor.
No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No.
It could have been. Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Knoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies with calmer winds. Temperatures will be cooling into the lower 30s after sunset. For tonight, remaining clear with a morning low of 24 degrees. Off to a cold and frosty start for your Wednesday morning. By the afternoon, tracking mostly sunny conditions with a south breeze. Afternoon highs approaching the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up, a crash has the right lane blocked on southbound 72nd as you approach F Street. It's got stop-and-go traffic back to I-80. Also a crash blocking the right lane on westbound Center just before 144th. Road work on Dodge still causing delays for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. If you're west on I-80, expect delays between 60th and 84th. If you're east on L Street, delays from I-80 to 90th, and delays on L Street for both directions between 36th and 24th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Someone just won a beautiful new blue truck playing Trucks and Bucks 2023.
so there are only 3 trucks left. Better get to a Nebraska Lottery retailer, buy a ticket, and play today. Top prize odds, 1 in 336,000.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Looking for a unique gift for your friends and family? Any size gift card will fit every homeowner or gardener on your list. We're your one-stop shop and homegrown headquarters. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Severe for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, right next to Taste of New Orleans, and in the Old Market as well. One of the great things about Ted and Wally's, being that they open more than 35 years, is they have great nostalgia, not just for the ice cream, but for things to buy for the holidays as well. You want to grab something that someone will love? Get yourself a gift card from Ted and Wally's or from Taste of New Orleans. People will love you for it. You put it in a card, and it's the perfect gift. Get ready for Thanksgiving today with some to-go orders from Ted and Wally's, both locations, Benson and Old Market, and tell them Severe sent you.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Elevate your driving experience at Woodhouse Buick GMC. Receive up to $2,250 off MSRP on the 2023 Buick Envision Preferred, or shop the 2023 Buick Enclave Avenir and save up to $3,000 off MSRP. Shop our current inventory online anytime at WoodhouseBuickGMC.com. Woodhouse Buick GMC. We are professional grade. With approved credit, must have 2009 or newer trade-in to qualify. $299 doc fee due at signing. Offer expires November 30th, 2023. See dealer for details.
Omaha Maverick women's basketball hosts Cal State Bakersfield Monday night at 5. Hear all of the action against Cal State Bakersfield Monday night on 1180 The Zone.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is unsportsmanlike conduct
where your mindset is
and your ball. The 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Do you remember, John, when one of our old bosses was like, hey, you guys should try moving around content, and we would try it, and it always felt so weird. It feels so weird. It's 423.
Yeah, but the sunlig's still out, so it's like we're in the summer.
Oh, that's nice. Remember the sun?
I do.
Casey Mike's mom says, I've had a few guys find my cherry and sludge. I'm glad people are enjoying the cherry and the sludge analogy.
Well,
You're more than welcome to use it. I'm sharing it with the world. I won't copyright it.
Well, speaking of sludge, Jim Harbaugh, a man who is not coaching in the Big Ten game this week, by the way. The Big Ten game?
No, the big game.
The big game. I don't know why I put 10 in there.
I don't either.
I can't read. Was asked about his level of respect towards the Ohio State coaches and Ryan Day.
It seems like there's always been a fair level of respect between the coaches. What would you say is your respect level for Ryan Day and their staff?
It's all about our preparation for Ohio. That's where our focus is, preparing ourselves and planning, gonna practice and then execute. So, anything else is irrelevant, when you get into this kind of big game week.
I appreciate that. He doesn't respect the coaches, so he doesn't say anything respectful about the coach.
No,
Talks
he
like
doesn't.
Christopher Walken.
He doesn't.
He does talk very strange.
Again, the best part
Great coach
of Harbaugh, and by the way, for any the 5 people out there that actually like Michigan in this audience, who think I would like to see Harbaugh go away. No, I want the opposite. I have said for the longest time, we need the Jim Harbaughs in this sport. We need the Deion Sanders in this sport. We need the people that we talk about and that we either like to root for or root against. Jim Harbaugh is such a good freaking heel because he is the most true to himself. This is not an act. He's not portraying a character. This is who he is. And the best heels are the ones who are just, hey, I'm me. Like me, hate me. And he doesn't even care. He is so good at this role. That's my one compliment for you, you beady-eyed, four-eyed, khaki-wearing goober.
Let's go khakis.
Let's go glasses.
Nah, go to Kugler Vision at KuglerVision.com. Yeah, I love when this is what makes college football awesome is rivalries like this. It's pretty cool, Nick. It's pretty cool. Your Formula doesn't have this.
There are rivalries in Formula One.
Like
yes,
this.
the rivalries are
people have died in Formula One.
Cars versus passing.
People died in college football too, Nick. People forget.
Safe sport.
Yeah.
Way to protect the children.
They died over 100 years ago. One of the presidents got involved. It's been a while.
Lincoln Riley is still proclaiming victory. The USC coach said yesterday after losing to UCLA and very disappointing 7-5 season, this year didn't finish the way that we wanted it to. And 2 days later, you got a million things going on in the sports world, and one of the top stories still is USC football. Now we have to change the narrative of the story.
Wow.
So he's basically bragging about, well, I brought back relevancy.
Look at our TV ratings.
Yeah, look at us. People are watching us. People are talking about us. Well, yes, they're talking about you because you had the reigning, defending, undisputed Heisman Trophy winner and proceeded to have a worse season after starting in the top 10. Were they not in the top 10?
They were in the top 10. They started 6-0, by the way. So that means, do the math, Nick, 6-0 to 7-5.
That means they won one game and they lost 5.
Even Nick knows. That's
6 total.
This isn't the type of quote that you want to see. Like, if Deion Sanders said that, I know people would rip on him for it, but I'd be like, yeah, you're right. Like, you were brought in there for that type of relevancy.
Sure.
That's not why Lincoln Riley was brought to USC, though. I've long been a fan of his. I think his offense is a lot of fun, and he's a great quarterbacks coach. And I always thought, he doesn't care enough about defense. I am more concerned, though, about his worldview right now than I am that he doesn't care about defense. I don't think – I had a hot take about him not winning a national title earlier this year. Now it's not a hot take anymore. I don't believe he will win a national championship. If he does, it's going to require total full-sale changes that I don't really see coming.
CFP standings prior to rivalry week. Any changes tonight?
I'm very curious to see what they do with Florida State. I mean – look, I think that Washington should be ranked above them. I think that after the victory that Washington just had, it's very easy to do. You don't have to be like, well, it's because their quarterback got hurt. No, you can say because Washington beat another top 25 team, and at this moment in time, Florida State only has one win over any top 25 teams, whereas Washington has more than that. Otherwise, what? Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, then I would say Washington, Florida. I don't think we're going to see any other change. I mean, of course, Louisville. Where was Louisville last week? We have the graphic up. Louisville
10.
will slide up. No, maybe not. I think that will be the lone change. I think they'll flip Washington and Florida State. Otherwise, I think it'll stay.
And people will look at that. They'll say, hey, but Washington's got more quality wins, and they can lean on that. But you will have people wondering in the back of their mind,
Are you
is this
only doing
also a Jordan Travis reaction because we're already setting the table for leaving Florida State out because we don't project that they'll be as good without Jordan Travis?
Yeah, and I think it's like I understand why people will say that. To me, I think it's an easy decision, though, because Washington did just have their best win.
Well,
since
and
the
for the
Oregon
record,
one.
I've had Washington ahead of Florida State.
Yeah,
the
so
whole
you're not
time.
reacting at all.
No, I've had them there because they've had the better resume.
Yeah.
Tom, don't call me Marsha Brady, has turned into an old. Check out his thoughts on the current NFL product from his appearance on the Stephen A. Smith Show.
I think there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL. I don't see the excellence that I saw in the past.
Why not?
And
why not?
I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I don't think the development of young players is as good as it was. The rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game. So I just think the product, in my opinion, is less than what it's been. I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott and guys that impacted the game in a certain way. And every hit they would have made would have been a penalty. You hear coaches complaining about their own player being tackled and not necessarily, why don't they talk to their player about how to protect himself? We used to work on the fundamentals of those things all the time. Now they're trying to be regulated all the time. Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to the defensive player to protect the offensive player. A defensive player needs to protect himself. I didn't throw the ball to certain areas because I was afraid players were going to get knocked out. That's the reality. I didn't throw it to the middle when I played Ray Lewis because you knock him out of the game, and I couldn't afford to lose a good player.
He's both right and he's being a giant ass hypocrite.
Yeah.
Because literally the rule that says you can't go low on quarterbacks was because of his injury against the Chiefs back in 2010, 11, whatever year it was. Or was it 2008?
Called the Tom Brady rule.
It is. Yeah.
It's
called the Tom Brady rule.
was. Now, I agree with
I think there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL.
I bumped the button that said play it again. But it really, this trend of legislating things out kind of started with that rule.
Yeah, because
that's one of the first player safety rules of what I would call the modern era that I can recall. Maybe there were others that preceded it, but not many.
Yeah.
And it was certainly most celebrated.
Yeah, and the other part is, I mean, he names all these Hall of Famers. I mean, there are plenty of players right now that are in the game that will be Hall of Famers. One of the greatest defensive players of all time is playing right now, and Aaron Donald. You know,
right? But he was. I think he was naming more back end guys where who are in more position to make bigger hits or the big hit.
Yeah, that's Rich because he was begging for those types of fouls his entire time.
Oh, sure.
It's wild too. He just played. He just was in the NFL. This isn't, like Charles Barkley bitches about the NBA now, and it's like, that makes sense. You're so far removed from it. It is 1 year removed from it. And he was begging for calls last year in games. Bad take. Get out of here. I think the NFL, it's so funny. Scoring is down, and everyone, you have we had that Warren Sharp story a few weeks ago. People are complaining, it's not. I think it's a great product. It's awesome. We have a ton of close games, fun games.
The AFC is chaotic.
The AFC is chaotic.
Go ahead and skip to the last one here. We have one more piece of video.
The best women's basketball player in college, who is not named Caitlin Clark, is missing. LSU's Angel Reese hasn't played the Tigers' last 2 games, and her head coach, Kim Mulkey, is playing Mama Bear and not telling anybody what's going on.
You always have to deal with locker room issues. That's just part of coaching. In 40 years, I can never think of a time where I didn't have to deal with issues. That's what coaches do. Sometimes y'all know about them and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you want to know more than you're entitled to know. I'm going to protect my players, always. They are more important. It's like a family, Scott. Let me ask you this. If you do some disciplining of your own children, do you think we're entitled to know that? That's a family in that locker room.
Is she going to... Have you decided if she's going to the Cayman Islands yet?
If I have, I wouldn't tell you. Okay. You're not entitled to that information. Okay? So I'll say it again. Angel was not in uniform tonight. Angel is a part of this basketball team, and Angel will be back sooner than later.
Can't she just say she's suspended without being difficult?
Obviously not, because she loves pontificating. She really loves getting up there and getting on her high horse. And, I understand where she's coming from, and that technically we shouldn't know. It is an internal suspension, but that's the thing. It's obviously a suspension. I haven't watched the press conference.
You don't have to say what it's for. I mean,
exactly. You can
say that it's happening. Here's the problem. This is a sport where people are like, well, why don't you watch more women's college basketball? It's almost like shaming us. Why don't you watch? Well, if you want more attention, and this is one of the 2 players that has brought a lot of attention to your sport, people are going to ask questions about her if she's not at games, and they should.
Yeah.
So you can't on one side say, oh, woe is us, no one watches our sport, and on the other side saying, oh, how can you ask me a question about the most popular player in the game? I'm not going to. Come on.
Yeah.
People are going to ask. You're in the public.
Not to
and
mention,
you, Kim Mulkey, are making a boatload of money. You're making more money than your program makes. And so to pull this whole, the
funny thing is, I think
she
enjoys getting at. I'm not going to answer the question, but the unspoken thing was, but please keep asking me so I can keep pontificating.
Yeah. Just say, hey, yeah, she's been suspended.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you why, but she's been suspended. I'll let you know when she's back.
Yeah.
But instead it turned into a minute and a half of me just pretty much preaching at you that I'm Mama Bear and you're not, and you can take your questions and your pencils and your notebooks and go straight
and your
to
beady
hell.
eyes and your khakis.
They might have been beady-eyed and wearing khakis.
Wow.
Well, coming up next, going to the market. Because Josh forgot to buy the grave.
No, I would never forget that.
We need to get milk.
Well, but
I'll take it and I'll throw it into the trash.
But no self-respecting person buys the
you're
gravy.
like that person who buys Nikes and
they
then
make the
burns
gravy homemade from scratch.
Yeah,
from
I wouldn't buy
meat
gravy.
drippings. The meat drippings. 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone.
Sports fans, Let It Fly Sports Bar is your elevated sports bar experience. Indulge in our culinary touchdowns with a menu crafted to satisfy. Savory burgers, tender steaks, to our fire wings. Our world-renowned chef will leave your taste buds cheering for more. We've raised the sports bar dining experience with a new high-end design and incredible food. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just love the excitement, Let It Fly is your place. Host your next college game day watch party or private event right here. Elevate your game day experience at Let It Fly, located in downtown Omaha.
Are you that relative who's always asked to bring plates and napkins to the family dinner? Bring brews instead, especially quality, locally brewed Nebraska beers and ciders. The Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild wants you to know that local brewers are working on special seasonal beverages to make your holiday family get-togethers a day full of fun, football, and feasting. Lots and lots of feasting. Plus, you'll never be asked to bring plates and napkins again, especially if your goofy cousin from Iowa brings that state's favorite beer. Cheers.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's volleyball and soccer season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, gocreighton.com/tickets, or visit the office located at the Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
J-Tech Construction reminds you that this time of year, your home's energy efficiency is under tension. Don't let your windows cost you by raising your energy bills this winter. J-Tech Construction will come out and provide you with a free estimate on upgrading your windows and keeping your energy costs down. They have custom-made, energy-efficient windows that keep the outside out with the professional installation you would expect. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction, your exteriorexperts.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Time to go to the hot take market. And sadly, Josh, the one hot take I have today is going to be backed with some what I believe to be facts.
That's fine. I just don't want it to be LSU's defense is bad. That's
because
not a hot
I
take.
know you don't.
They don't care about your feelings, Josh.
But that wasn't my hot take.
What was the hot take again?
The hot take was we should be shaming LSU for their bad defense as much as we shame Iowa for their bad offense.
Man, that was such a bad hot take.
Oh, yeah, okay. Then give me a better hot take. Go.
There's only one
Terrible.
team.
It's a horrible hot take.
Only one team that can beat Georgia, and their name is not Ohio State. Their name is not Michigan. Their name is certainly not Florida State, and it's not even Alabama.
What?
It's Oregon.
What?
Oregon, John.
What?
So I planned on starting this take by looking.
Soft-ass Pac-12.
See, but that's the thing. Have you watched Oregon this year? They're physical. They're fast.
No,
And
they're
that's-
not. It's West Coast soft.
They're soft. Where's Joe in Phoenix or Joe in Vegas now to back you up? I was looking at their SP Plus rankings. I was actually surprised by what I saw because they are first in offense and 17th in defense. But I thought that they would actually be a little bit higher on defense. Ohio State's 19th and first in those. Michigan is 6th and 2nd. Florida State is 7th and 9th. But, man, when I watch the Oregon Ducks, I feel like they do the best at combining the power, the physicality, the explosiveness, and the speed. I don't feel like I'm getting that from Michigan right now. Ohio State, Michigan's a poor man's Georgia. I still don't think Ohio State has enough at quarterback to do it for 4 quarters against the Dogs.
Even though they almost did it last year.
Yeah, but, I mean, they had C.J. Stroud, and that guy is awesome. I don't think that
Yeah,
Kyle
and
McCord
Georgia
is,
had Stetson Bennett
they
last
did.
year.
Yeah, what happened to that guy?
He's still missing.
For the record, I don't think that Oregon, I don't think anyone is going to beat them. But in the playoff format, I actually think Oregon is the best team that we could root for if we want Georgia to go down. Go Ducks!
Wow, would that just be the ultimate in the dying year of the Pac-12?
They win the Natty with
that
Oregon.
Oregon wins it, and then of course, then the Big Ten will.
Hey, it's one of us.
It's actually ours.
One of us. One of us.
The idea that Nebraska's special teams is improved is a myth. The special teams is pretty much where it was last year.
It's the same.
Yes, they have a blocked kick for a touchdown. They had a blocked kick for a touchdown last year, too. It happened against Indiana, people forget. But when you look at the return games, non-existent. The return coverages have been fine. Okay, they've been fine, but they were fine last year. The place kicking, The punting, that's the big difference. The punting has been worse, and sadly, it's the same dude. Brian Buschini's average is about 4 yards behind where it was last year, and boys, he had some clunkers in crucial moments. It's kind of lost in all the blizzard of turnovers that happened in Boulder, but his punting in elevation did not help Nebraska's field position battle.
No, it did not.
And when the game was close. And, of course, we saw what happened in the last couple of games. Michigan State, Wisconsin. The net punting ranking is 88th. 88th in the country. And the metric we like to use, Bill Conley's SP+.
Okay, where are they at now?
Last year, Nebraska finished in SP+ special teams ranking 108th. This year, their special teams ranking is 108th.
Oh, so they're literally the same.
It's the same.
Not great.
So, yes, if you have this idea that, oh, yeah, special teams is better than it was last year. No, it's really not. It's not the dumpster fire it was a couple years ago when Scott Frost forgot that it even existed. But it's not better than it was last year. And in one key aspect, it's noticeably worse.
The other one, I guess this is the one I could be talked into. Well, one part of this hot take that I could be talked into, I guess the other part's not a hot take. The Eagles are either winning the Super Bowl. That's not the hot take. The hot take is, or they're losing in their first playoff game. Laying it out for you. So now I have made peace. You know, like what are the things where it's like you bargain at a certain point and you cope the stage of
7
grief.
stages of
Grief. Whereas I don't know
Is that where you are right now with
probably
this week's
which one
Michigan Ohio State game?
No. That one is acceptance.
I think bargaining is before acceptance.
Okay, so
no?
I guess this is the bargaining phase for me.
All right.
So the bargaining is I will either say they're going to win it all or maybe they'll lose right away in the playoffs. But you watch them and like all of the metrics, well, not all of them, a lot of the metrics say this is actually the same team. Points per game is very similar. Sack numbers are not as good, but still really, really good. The explosive play rate is a bit down, and they're turning the ball over more. But yet, through 10 games, do you know what their record was last year? It was 9-1. This year, it's 9-1. And yet, so this is now the bargain. I'm going to bargain with you, John. They're 6-1 in one-score games this year.
Yeah.
And you know what the math dorks will say, like, that's not possible the entire time. Last year, for example, the Vikings, everyone's like, they can't keep getting away with this. And they didn't. They got to the playoffs and they did not get away with it. So either the Vikings or the Eagles are the best team in the NFL or they'll lose in the divisional round. And that's my hot take, and I'm sticking to it. They're really, really good. Really, really good. But maybe they stink, but they don't.
Or they lose in the first round because the Lions will be the number 1 seed.
I have a take that they're going to get knocked out in the second round by the Lions.
By the Lions?
Yeah,
Nick did. Did you see Nick's? He did an NFL playoff predictor. But he had the Eagles. So you have the Eagles going 16-1.
But he only did the NFC side to make up for the fact he didn't predict the NFC.
Wait, how did you have the Lions beat? Don't you have the Lions as the 2 seed?
See, and this is
they
just
wouldn't
me
play
not
in the
totally
second.
understand.
They wouldn't play in the
third.
They would have to play in the
Okay.
NFC Championship
So
game.
either way, the championship,
They're going to lose to the Lions.
Yeah,
but they're going 16-1.
Yeah, which is why it would be even more hilarious for them to lose to the Lions.
I would laugh.
That's what I'm subscribing to.
16-1.
It's my delusion.
What did Philadelphia ever do to you?
No penalty flags, John. How does that happen?
I forgot about
How
that.
does that happen?
Blame the refs.
I forgot about
That's
no
what you're
penalties.
supposed to do.
The
They're
refs
the ones
that are
that flow
Philly fans.
If they were Philly fans, you'd be able to tell because they'd have orange cheese whiz drip down the front of their zebra stripes.
Star Wars Fiend says, congrats. Only took Nick 10 weeks to get to the NFC. So, Nick, what happens, the playoff structure is, so, the 2 plays of 7, the 3 plays of 6, and the 4 plays of 5. So the NFL is cool because I like this about the NFL, unlike other playoff formats, is the 1 seed gets to play the lowest winner. And then the 2 seed or whoever wins, they also do that. So it's not just a typical bracket.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, if the 7 seed were to pull off the upset over the 2, they would automatically play the 1 seed in the second round of the playoffs, automatically. And so then the other matchup would happen too.
That's fun.
That's how, yeah.
I mean,
that's
either
how
way.
it
I
works.
want the Lions to knock out the Eagles.
Nick
it
wants
would be
the Lions.
hilarious.
Well, I think America would root for the Lions. America would love the Lions.
They'd have to come up with a new phrase though, because birds don't have kneecaps.
Yeah, but players do.
Oh, you're talking about the biting of the kneecaps.
Yes.
Well, friends,
it's a One Beer Friday.
It's a One Beer Friday on a Tuesday. And we have some delicious selections from, again, another fine West Central, we'll call it. They're not quite western Nebraska, but North Platte's getting close. Pals Brewing Company.
Wow.
From North Platte, Nebraska.
And we're pals.
We are.
Even though John isn't excited about the expanded playoff or whatever goobly-gawk he was saying earlier.
Goobly-gawk?
Yeah, that's a phrase.
We'll celebrate this One Beer Friday on a Tuesday and get you Greek's Big Board and Key Party.
Wow, so many things.
In the same show. And the most competitive round of predictions in history comes to a conclusion this weekend.
We should get a trophy for the winner. I would like a trophy.
I always wanted, when I won it in the past, I was going to buy a belt, and then I just forgot.
I
was going to then show up on the next Friday with my belt.
It's funny you say that. I had a similar idea a year ago, but they're very expensive. I could.
I was going to get a
little toy. They got a little toy.
Yeah, I wasn't going to buy because we talked about this.
I wanted to get an authentic one though, because then you can customize it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to. I love this show. I don't love it that much because then what if I lost and then suddenly my $300 belt's at John's house, hanging out with Kittle, getting all stinky.
Where it would be all the time because I always win.
Will he always win after this week?
We'll find out. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, heads up a crash with injuries on southbound 13th at Missouri Ave, still causing delays. Same goes with that crash blocking the right lane on westbound Center just before 144th, and then delays on southbound 680 between Dodge and Pacific, on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 60th, on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 72nd, and then delays on Dodge between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive for both directions. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Reason number 237 to love Fernando's.
A helpful smile in every aisle. If you know, you know.
Fernando's Pico, Queso Blanco, Artichoke Dip, and famous flour chips are now available at your local Hy-Vee. Now it's even easier to get your Fernando's fix.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
It hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, I never smoked a cigarette. How in the hell did I get lung cancer?
I don't smoke. I've never smoked. So I started Googling. One word just kept coming up, like it was in bold and red, and it was radon.
Radon is the number 2 cause of lung cancer.
Well, you don't know if it's in your home. You got to test. You can't see it. You can't taste it. You can't smell it.
What's your level? Radon Defense Midwest can help. Visit radonradio.com for a special offer. That's radonradio.com.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My dog has more friends than I do.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should really give my dad a call.
Find your perfect mattress at the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. You can save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 gift toward pillows and more, all with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours this Black Friday sale. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Happer for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and it is Thanksgiving week. And FanDuel's got something that you'll be thankful for, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your pick wins. So with so many games going on this week, Thanksgiving is the perfect time to join. And in honor of Thanksgiving, why not pick the Lions? Why not pick the Cowboys, the teams that are always there for you? You pick them and they win on the money line. You get $150 in bonus bets. Head to FanDuel.com/Happer and fill up your plate with parlays and player props all weekend long. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
It would be nice to have a pro
throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, it was one beer.
Friday. Let's hear the call. When you say put, you say it all.
Baby!
On a Tuesday.
On a Tuesday.
Let's get turt.
We are being Friday-like on a Tuesday because...
It has been a very Friday Tuesday.
It has.
Well, this is our last show of the week. Tomorrow, we have Creighton basketball at 3 o'clock.
Oh,
2:30 pregame.
Oh, so we don't have to do a show, or we don't get to do a show.
You don't get to do a show.
Neither
He
does
still has to
Nick.
show up to work, and I still have to show up to
Only
work.
for a few hours.
I was going to say, Nick, what time are you leaving tomorrow?
There's a lot. There's like 4 days weekend stuff.
Just
to
give
deal
us
with,
an
but
estimate.
I could probably be out here by like 3:30.
See?
Oh, so I won't even be at halftime yet.
John, remember, you get paid. You get paid to announce basketball games.
People forget.
They give you money. They hand over money to you. They
And
say,
people get to hear
thank
you.
you.
People get to hear
Well,
you say,
I look
bang!
forward to you
If
guys-
the Creighton women's basketball team had a game tomorrow, I would have loved to call it. But they do. It's out of the country, though.
It is
And
out of the country.
Glenn doesn't bring me with when
No,
they
he
go
doesn't
out of
want
the
you coming
country.
with him.
Who
Because the
else?
last time you went to Mexico, you refused to even leave and just,
We left one time. We went into the city, and I had an incredible shrimp taco. Oh, my gosh.
Well, we
and
are
a good
enjoying
margarita.
some incredible beer from North Platte, Nebraska, Pal's Brewing Company. I'm going to destroy this because I am not French, but the Trompe Le Monde.
Oh, John, you should try Babel.
Palgen style ale.
Avita de Mo.
Josh, you have what?
I have the Celebration ! Palgen style strong ale. It looks like here.
I have never heard of What is Palgen?
I think it's just their bit because it's called Pals. These are Belgian. Like this is this is a Belgian style strong ale.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just they're putting a little twist on it.
I was pronouncing it Pelagian.
Wow, Avita de Mo.
I am also enjoying the Trompe le monde.
Wow, look at French boys over here. Draw me like one
I
of your
think I'm
French
closer to
boys.
being right. The Trompe le monde.
Well, we appreciate pals.
We
and
do.
We appreciate the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Very attractive bottle design.
Great bottles, great labels.
Great labels.
I love, they always say don't judge a book by its cover, but screw that.
Well, this isn't a book. This is a beer.
You didn't let me finish.
Oh.
But I love judging beers by their labels or by their cans. Big fan of doing so.
Josh likes judging things by their cans.
John, let's be appropriate, shall we? Children.
I'm quoting you.
Eat your vegetables.
And again, thanks to the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild and all of their fine brewers, including Pals Brewing from North Platte, Nebraska.
Also, still use the One Beer Friday hashtag.
Yeah, and don't add, I always am fun and add Tuesday edition. Just do normal One Beer Friday.
Yeah,
do normal One Beer
Or
Friday.
do both hashtags, but Nick is going to search by the hashtag One Beer Friday.
And then you can get a $25 gift certificate to Pals.
Baller. Man, that's awesome, Nick.
And you
Very
can try
cool.
the Trompe le monde.
There you go.
Lemon. All right. Well, it is time to commence on our game preview. Today, we're doing it a little differently. I'm going to handle the big board. Josh is going to handle the key party. But we do have the trends, series history. Nebraska leads 30-20 to 3 ties. I miss ties. Don't we miss ties?
Do we?
Iowa leads 8-4, though, in Big Ten play. The Hawkeyes have won 5 straight in Lincoln.
That is wild. That the series is 8-4.
In the Big Ten.
Yeah, but just first of all, that they've played 12 times. I was about to say, John, you're doing the math wrong, but you're not doing the math wrong.
That's it. That's what it is.
Nebraska won 3 out of the first 4.
Yes, they did.
And then they lost a lot in a row.
Well,
7 of
in
them.
a row.
And then they won
until
last
year.
Wow.
But yeah, the Hawkeyes have won 5 straight in Lincoln. That's one of the longer streaks by an opponent in Memorial Stadium outside of a team named Oklahoma.
Wow. I was at the first game, that 2011 score that you have there, 20-7. I was at the second one when Bo Pelini had his hat.
Whipped his hat.
And I was at the last one. So I've been to 3 of these, and I will be to a 4th one on Saturday.
So if Nebraska loses, blame Josh.
Yeah, for sure.
The last win in Lincoln by the Huskers over the Hawkeyes, 2011. Kind of a forgettable game.
It's a forgettable game. Nothing to remember about that
There was
game.
nothing at stake because it was thought that maybe, this will be, a division type, championship game. Neither team was in it because neither Nebraska or Iowa were good enough.
Nebraska picked up their 9th win of the season, as always, under Bo. They went 9-3, and then they lost in the bowl game.
Wow.
Yeah, that season had just kind of ended with a thud. They lost some games. They lost a Northwestern game. They got boat raced by Michigan. The Penn State situation happened. Yeah.
Now, despite Iowa's more recent success in wins and losses, Nebraska has covered 4 out of the last 5 games, with the overhitting in 4 of the last 5 between these two. But
interesting.
This is the lowest total in series history.
And one of the lowest totals that the sport has seen in the modern era.
26.5. The previous low since joining the Big Ten was 38, which was last year's total.
Think about that. So that's a low total. 38's not a high total in college football. And this year is
2 scores lower.
Yeah.
Wow. 2 scores lower. About Nebraska, Huskers are 7-3 in their last 10 home games straight up as favorites, but just 4-6 against the spread. Huskers have only covered 2 of their last 8 as home favorites, missing their last 2 covers. They were favored by 11 against Northwestern and favored by 20.5 against Louisiana Tech. This is just the 5th game Nebraska has had as a home favorite in the month of November in their last 6 seasons. And the first time since the 2021 Iowa game, the infamous 4-milk game.
Yeah.
Nebraska was a 1.5-point favorite, lost, as we all remember. And the last cover as a home favorite in November was the Snow Globe game against Michigan State in 2018.
Another one that I attended. Wow. That is crazy that it's just that few of times in November that they've been a favorite.
Iowa has won 3 of their last 4 as road underdogs, beating Wisconsin last month 15-6 as 8.5-point dogs. Hawks also lost 31-love at Penn State as 14-point dogs in September.
That
Get
was
that tennis talk out of here.
That was a horrible weather game. It was raining sideways in that game.
The Hawkeyes have won their last 3 November road games as an underdog. Minnesota and Purdue last year and Nebraska in 2021. And this is the 9th straight Iowa game that will finish with a total under 40 and the second under 30. Rutgers was 27.5. 16 of the last 18 Iowa games have featured a total under 40. 16 of the last 18 have had a total under 40. The only 2 totals that closed over 40 happened earlier this season. Western Michigan, 43, the over hit, and Utah State, 43.5, the under hit.
And again, if you look at this team in recent games, or essentially I'm just going to look at the entire season, the under has hit now in 6 consecutive games. And the totals in those going earliest to most recent, 38.5, 33.5, 30.5, 31.5, 27.5, and 33.5. And the under keeps hitting. The under hit it a couple other times this year. 8 out of 11 games this year. The under has hit. Jordan asks, before we get to the key party and Greg's big board, do we feel comfortable being favorites in this game? Look, it's funny. My answer to this, comfort, I have none given the point spread. The feeling that I have is all about just the matchup itself. I am surprised, because Iowa Open is the favorite, right? And then it moved to Nebraska, and now it's climbing higher, 2.5 points.
I'm still trying to figure out what the basis is for this.
Yeah. Obviously, there has to be a lot more of like an injury situation that we just don't know about, or they're holding players out that we just don't know about.
These 2 teams are so similar.
They are.
Strong defensively. Well, they're similar and they're not, but strong defensively, weak offensively. The biggest difference is 2 things: special teams and turnovers. Iowa doesn't turn it over nearly as much as Nebraska, and the special teams, and those are both. And when you're dealing with a low-scoring game,
that's going to matter.
Field position is enormous. And those are the 2 elements, turnovers and special teams, that lend most to field position. So,
and on the other side,
this line, dare I say, is stinky, Josh.
Yeah, well,
is
it stinky in that it makes you think I was going to win, or is it stinky in that you're like, well, I guess I got to go with Nebraska here?
That's the definition of stinky. I don't know.
And unlike last season when Nebraska did win, who did they win on? They won on the back of Trey Palmer, who had 2 touchdowns, throwing another one that Marcus Washington had.
Right.
They had playmakers.
They took advantage of no Cooper DeJean, which they won't have again this week.
Correct.
But they don't have anyone that can really, they don't have the type of combination of a Thompson to Palmer that can exploit not having that guy on the field.
Yeah, exactly.
And last week against Illinois, a team that has been passing the ball pretty well this season, without Cooper DeJean, it was they didn't necessarily have a big day passing.
Yeah,
Illinois. So, I don't know. I'm flummoxed. I'm confused.
Yeah,
but
perplexed.
That's
Flabbergasted.
Vegas sometimes. This was hilarious.
Yes, it is.
Brian Fremo.
Gonna make fun of him again, Nick?
He's an analytics guy. He's behind
the Fremu index.
Yes, at the F index, F plus, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So he and Bill Connolly, they're bros.
They're friends. Handshake meme.
They're bros. His website is BCF Toys.
Oh,
so he, like Bill Connolly, he runs his numbers.
Yep,
and it projects a score, which he then uses to determine, well, is this a good game to bet on? Is this a good game for the over, the under, whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And for those of you watching in the stream, you can see the graphic. But for example, and again, these are analytics-based numbers, so it's not perfect, but his numbers have Alabama beating Auburn by 9 points.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's got Arizona beating Arizona State by 14 points. And it's also got some estimated scores on here. Like, for example, Florida State, Florida, 36-21.
Sure. A very normal football score. Yeah.
Georgia Tech, Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia 40, Georgia Tech 20.
Wow, how's Georgia Tech scoring so many points?
Good question. But under Brian Fremo's formula, the Nebraska game will finish Iowa minus 1.2 to Nebraska minus 3.7.
That would
weird.
That would be an all-timer. So they have
in the words of Brian Fremo, Iowa, Nebraska broke
I was going to say
formula.
They broke his stuff. It broke his computer.
Formula machine broke.
Yeah, not great. Not great. That's
I
wild.
think it's beautiful.
It's perfect. I would love to see this exact score happen. I want to watch it happen.
I think it's beautiful. It just shows these two teams are so strong off defensively and so weak offensively.
Yes.
That
they're getting negative points.
The formula says they're getting negative
The negative
points.
boys.
Negative
The
boys.
negative boys. It would be fun if this game finished with a final of like 2-0, you know. Just a classic 3-2, 6-4, something like that.
There's no way it won't be a weird score.
Probably not, but see, there's a like we will have our picks in a little bit, but there's a part of me that when I sent my score to John this morning, almost said like 38-35.
Whoa.
Just like all year long we've been making fun of Iowa. All year long we've been making fun of Nebraska, their offenses. Like what if something goofy happened? And like you got some pick sixes and the offense.
What, like Brant Banks got eligible all of a sudden?
Yeah, there you go. Brant Banks got eligible all of a sudden.
Mr. Banks.
They scored 14 points. Nebraska did on their first two drives.
And all of a sudden, Turner Gill found the fountain of youth in another game of eligibility.
I was going to say, yeah, you'd have to have the eligibility.
I mean,
what if it could happen? Right? Could it happen?
The only way
Dare to dream.
the only way that's going to happen is if literally both teams fumble the ball 8 times apiece.
And that could happen.
And at least
Nebraska does
and
like
at
to
least
do that.
half of those scores are defensive or special teams.
At least a share, as Scott Frost once said. At least a share.
I mean, I'm not going to overthink this. This is going to be a low scoring. Some people will call it ugly, others won't.
Yeah, what will you call it, John? When everyone calls it ugly, are you going to come to its defense again and say this was
This is the best football game I've ever
so
seen.
Weird. It's okay to say it's bad.
I love low scoring
It
defensive
could be good.
pushes.
You don't know.
It won't be.
And why do you say that?
Because, like last night, that was a really good defensive, hard-fought game, right?
But you're judging that based on the teams that were out there because you had Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown and, and you had Patrick Mahomes. And
sure. But why? That's the case. Nebraska's not good on offense. Iowa's not good on offense. So is it really a good defensive game or is it a bad offensive?
But we do know that those two teams do have good defenses.
They do, but they also have all-time bad offenses. This is the worst Nebraska offense you and I have ever covered.
It's
so it's okay. You don't have to defend it.
Not defending it. I'm just saying it.
Show me on the doll where the high-scoring game hurts you.
High-scoring games don't hurt me. It's just I don't need a lot of points to be entertained.
Neither do I. I enjoyed the
And I will be entertained by this game
points.
because there will be copious amounts of laughter and goofy things that will happen.
Yeah.
Because
Justin
it is
says
Nebraska,
13-5,
Iowa.
someone. 13-5. That'd be a weird score for you, Nick. That would be a Husker
weird
Gami.
score.
Well, coming up next, Key Party and the Greeks big board. Josh is going to have his keys. I'm going to take care of the big board, and then we're going to get to predictions as we preview Nebraska, Iowa on this One Beer Friday on a Tuesday, brought to you by Pals Brewing Company.
Thank you,
of
Pals.
North
Thanks,
Platte.
pals.
And we will continue right after this on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I want to hear the thank you at the end of it, too.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. When you order a Big Mac at McDonald's.
No, thank you.
Thank you, caller Connor.
Good job, Connor.
No, thank you.
Maybe it was Connor Stallion. No,
it could have been.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from Canoyer Garden Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday evening forecast will include mostly clear skies with calmer winds. Temperatures will be cooling into the lower 30s after sunset. For tonight, remaining clear with a morning glow of 24 degrees. Off to a cold and frosty start for your Wednesday morning. By the afternoon, tracking mostly sunny conditions with a south breeze. Afternoon highs approaching the mid-50s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently nothing major as far as wrecks go. We are getting reports, though, of some significant delays on eastbound I-80, starting at 680 going all the way to about 84th. If you're west on I-80, delays between 24th and 60th. Slow going on L Street for both directions around 90th. Also delays on L Street for eastbound commuters with traffic down to one lane between 26th and 24th. Delays on Dodge for both directions between 69th and Rose Blumpkin Drive. And if you're south on 680, expect delays between Dodge and Pacific. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by IBEW Local 22.
Does great pay, fully funded medical benefits, and a solid retirement sound good to you? IBEW has immediate openings for electricians. Invest in yourself with IBEW Local 22. Call 402-810-0789 or visit IBEW22.org today.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
Do you hear what we hear? Omaha Steaks has tons of jobs and hours. Right now, we're hiring for a variety of seasonal positions in our warehouses. Make this holiday extra jolly with a great employee discount on gourmet foods you can use all year long. To view available job openings and to apply online, go to omahasteaks.com/jobs or text steaks to 22633 to apply today. 'Tis the season to make some holiday cash at Omaha Steaks.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Kops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Kops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
The Blue Jays are off to Kansas City for a Thanksgiving week tournament. Join us from the Hall of Fame Classic as the Jays take on Loyola Chicago. Wednesday afternoon coverage begins at 2:30. Tip-off is at 3. The Blue Jays, Wednesday on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
You have to actually inspect every little smidge of meat.
Of 1620 The Zone.
Jeez.
Where is it?
He even asked during the break.
I know. I don't remember where it was.
Why don't you have
Bum, bum,
it?
da, 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 da,
Oh, that's the end of the show.
Oh, what's wrong? Good job.
It's time for the Greeks' big board. Just ahead of Josh's keys. As we break down the matchup between Nebraska and Iowa, of course, the Hawkeyes have already accomplished what they wanted to. They won the West, and now they await the unfortunate poor souls who win in Ann Arbor this weekend, because the Hawkeyes will be lying in wait, just waiting to wax that Big Ten East ass.
Even if it's Ohio State?
Oh, I'll be rooting for Iowa.
Go Hawks!
You're such a sicko.
I'm rooting for this bit, man.
John's
I
gonna
want
wear
to see a 3-2 championship game and everybody going, oh, this is horrible. It's the worst thing ever. I'm rooting for
John's
it.
gonna wear his maroon Iowa hat.
The silver lining of that is, yikes, Ryan Day. Oof, that'd be a tough loss for Ryan Day.
Well, actually, it'd be Jim Harbaugh's loss. It'll be his first game back.
Oh, nice. So Michigan's winning. Spoiler alert for predictions.
Nebraska 5-6. Need to win.
Need to get to 6.
I disagree with. I mean, I get it. I know it's important.
I'm surprised. We'll unpack this in the
It's
offseason.
not okay.
John, you're forgetting about the human emotion component.
I'm not
Players
forgetting
need to
about the human emotion. In fact, I'm trying to take some of that out.
But
I've been trying to warn people for 9, 10, 11 months. Do not put these kind of expectations on this team. Let's build this thing properly.
It can still be built properly and make a bowl in year
You
one.
can, but it doesn't have to be the end of the world if they don't.
They started 5-3. Anyway, let's get to the big board.
Well, in the quarterback category, yes, I know people are buzzing about Chubba Purdy. In fact, Lance writes.
What does Lance say?
I'm not delusional about Chubba's play, but I did think he looked like a real quarterback. He made quick reads, had good speed, did seem hesitant to throw at times. I assume that's just a lack of reps. With Harburg, you can see him thinking about what to do on the field, and Sims just makes bad decisions. Chubbs, he calls him Chubbs, does have a very good chance to start next year if he stays at Nebraska.
Settle down. He does look like a competent quarterback. He has a normal throwing motion.
Sure.
He throws the ball to players that are not the opposition all the time, and he
Sure.
doesn't fumble at every other play. But we need to settle down.
Yeah, no one's getting the check here, my friends.
Yeah, I thought it because I didn't do this, and so I'm just going to be playing off you. I think you made the right decision here. I would have maybe leaned slightly to Chubba, but that also seems maybe a bit of an overreaction.
Deacon Hill does what Iowa needs him to do.
Also, he's completed over 60% of his passes in the last few weeks. Like
the last 3 games, 65% of his passes and 3 touchdowns.
he was horrible in the fourth game. If you go back one
Yes.
more game,
Yes.
bad. But he's done actually a lot better than I think you would expect.
Now, this is one area where if Nebraska does win, it will be because they outperform in the quarterback category. There's a couple of areas in this game where I think Nebraska has an opportunity if they can be better than what they have been at those spots. Quarterback certainly is one of them because Deacon Hill is not going to go out and beat you. He's not going to do that. But what you hope for is that Chubba does some big things to help win the game and that Deacon Hill does some things to hurt Iowa. And that's where Nebraska could have an advantage, but yeah,
100%.
no check here.
Yeah.
Now this one was a toughie. Secondary. Because I could argue for both sides. And you might think, well, wait a minute. Cooper DeJean is out,
folks.
So shouldn't that default then go towards Nebraska? But Castro and Harris have been really good this year. They each have 7 pass breakups. Iowa has the second lowest yards per reception or yards per attempt in the nation. We've talked about Nebraska all year. They've been top 25-ish, top 20-ish in yards per attempt because I don't look at just raw yards passing. I look at yards per attempt. And Nebraska's been very good. Iowa has been excellent. Ohio State. Only Ohio State is better. And it's a full yard and a half ahead of Nebraska. Also, 247 yards is the most yards thrown against Iowa's defense through the air all season.
That's pretty impressive. I think that's a fair check.
That's why I gave the check to Iowa. But that's not to say that Nebraska's secondary hasn't been really good because it has.
I think
but I agree with our friend Gary Dolphin, who yesterday said, hey, this is still the strength of the defense.
I think obviously we've done 12 of these. I think you have given the Nebraska check in 9 or 10.
Yeah.
So this is not a diss on Nebraska.
No.
It is it's a celebration of Iowa.
Defensive front, though, I did give the check to Nebraska. But again, a very close call.
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska is 6th in yards per carry rush defense. Iowa's 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Iowa has allowed 2 rushing touchdowns all season.
That's a crazy stat.
2. While Nebraska's allowed 8.
Both teams have been gashed on the ground once this year. Iowa by Penn State, Nebraska by Michigan, but it wasn't like a Wisconsin 2012 Big Ten championship game. It was, 200 plus yards, but still averaging about 5 yards a carry, which is good, but we're not talking about just getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah.
The sacks, though, are the biggest difference.
I was going to ask.
Nebraska's got 31. Iowa just has 20. And the other thing I'm going to give, and maybe this isn't fair because we're factoring in emotion and all this other stuff, but guys like Lou Reimer probably playing their last game in Memorial Stadium. Now, we know that Ty Robinson's coming back, so that's a bonus. But I give the check mainly on the strength of the sack totals to Nebraska's defensive front. But again, another very close matchup.
Yeah, I think you laid out the reasons why it could have been left checkless, but I think the sacks are a good reason to go with Nebraska there.
Offensive line, I couldn't really give an advantage to either side. Iowa's is not great, but it's been a little better. Still they're under 4 yards a carry rushing.
It's so funny because, after the whole Mark Banker thing about the bloodbath practices, we spent so much time talking about their physicality and their run game. They've been going off of reputation. It's like a baseball player winning a Gold Glove like 10 years in a row because of what they did 8 years prior.
Yeah.
You know how that'll happen with voters sometimes? Their running game is not as good as I think people would maybe believe it is based off of reputation. And Nebraska's offensive line has also improved as the year's gone on.
Iowa has allowed fewer sacks than Nebraska, 23-27. So it's a push here.
Yeah, I think that's very fair.
It's
very
a push.
fair.
Running game, though, check goes to Nebraska. Nebraska's averaging a yard more per carry, and having Purdy being able to run, that's a game changer. Yes, I know that Hill it was like a 9-yard scramble. I almost expected the ground to shake. I was watching at that point because, I like to watch Iowa because it's very entertaining.
Oh,
football.
do you?
He had like a 9-yard scramble inside the 20-yard line,
Mm-hmm.
and the place went nuts because it's like, oh, my God, 270-pound quarterback can run.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, he's not going to do that a lot. You still got to figure out a proper usage for the option. I'd say scrap it this week.
It's funny because I would say it actually looked prettier last week. Just how Chubba actually used, because he knew how to
but
fake.
then they play in overtime.
No, I know. That wasn't very good.
And please, someone remember that 21,
exists as a
remember
person.
that 21
as a human
exists
being.
as a person.
Yeah.
Many great running backs have worn number 21 at Nebraska. Roger Craig, Derek Brown.
And
I think those are the only two. Of course, Damon. Come on, man. Feed 21.
Yeah.
How about 21 for 21? 21 carries for number 21. Make it happen.
It'd be nice.
Stop rotating these guys all the time. They're driving me crazy. Running game check, Nebraska.
Yeah.
Special teams.
Honestly, I don't think you have to explain.
Nope. By the way, even though DeJean is out and he was their best punt returner, Caden Wetjen, who took over, has as many yards in punt returns as Billy Kemp does. Now, neither has a lot of punt returns, but yeah,
it just says a lot, though.
This and turnovers are the two massive advantages that Iowa has. It's Nebraska making the turnover mistakes and Iowa always doing the right thing on special teams. And don't forget, Iowa special teams has beaten Nebraska in 2 out of the last 4 or 5 matchups, game-winning field goals.
Yep, game-winning field goals, the block punt in 2021,
Yep.
that essentially changed the game. Yeah.
Discipline.
I mean, you just mentioned the turnovers. Throw this in there.
Now,
and the penalties.
Here's the other category where Nebraska could make up some difference. Because Matt Rule said it himself, these teams are very similar, but Nebraska's made 13 more turnovers this year than Iowa. But Iowa is still -3 in turnover margin this season, so they are not infallible. In their 2 losses, Minnesota, Penn State, Iowa is a combined -7 in turnover margin. So as that margin goes, so go the Hawkeyes. Now, if Nebraska can play it like they did last week against Wisconsin, that's one huge advantage that Iowa kind of counts on that you can take away from them.
Yeah.
So here's another avenue where Nebraska could make up a huge difference. But yeah, obviously discipline, Iowa, no qualms there at all. Wide receivers, tight ends, we don't even need to mention that.
No.
Obviously, Nebraska's the home team. Finally, we get to intangibles. Now, you might think Nebraska could get the check because we're playing for something. We're playing for bowl eligibility. This is huge. Iowa, from a tactical season standpoint, they have nothing to play for. They've clinched the West Division. They're going to Indianapolis. Yes, emotionally, they want to win. They don't like losing to their rivals. But here's the intangible and why it goes to Iowa. Iowa knows what to do in these games. These teams are very similar. Iowa knows how to win close games. It's baked into their formula. It's what they are. They're not a team that's built to win blowouts. They always win close games. They're drilled, their seasons. Matt Rule said, these guys, their heart rate doesn't go up when the score is 7-6 because they've been there, they've done that. And let's face it, if the last 3 weeks have proven us anything, Josh, it's that Nebraska still has the stink of the past lingering.
Yeah.
Check mark Iowa. So final count, 4 checks Iowa, 3 checks Nebraska.
All right.
Go Hawks.
Coming up next, Josh's keys. Then our predictions. We'll find out who wins this round.
Okay.
16-20 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Sweet for Ted and Wally's 2 locations in Benson, of course, and in the old market as well. Listen, Thanksgiving is around the corner. You know this already. You're preparing. You're getting your turkey ready, all your sides. But dessert, that's the most important part. So make the call now for some to-go size orders from Ted and Wally's. Whether it's a pint, a quart, or half gallons, you'll be ready for your party, your Thanksgiving as well. Great flavors, over 3,000 of them, over 35 years in business providing you wonderful ice cream. Head over to Ted and Wally's now and tell them Severe sent you.
Sure, you could go elsewhere for your health and wellness products, or better yet, why not just come to 42 Degrees? Those other places don't even come close to the wide variety and premium disposable e-juice, CBD, Delta, Kratom, glass pipes, vaporizers, and other great products. With the friendliest, most knowledgeable, and professional staff who will find the right products just for you. If you're looking for a one-stop shopping experience, look no further. 42 Degrees. By your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Don't miss Provember at Lowe's. Save $80 on a DeWalt combo kit and save $20 on a 5-gallon pail of HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams all-purpose power primer. Plus, MVP's members earn 3 times the bonus points on DeWalt and HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams products. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Bonus points calculated before tax and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Valid through 11/22, subject to change.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit Cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line price. Max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
We have the best time at your party. Thank you very much.
That was one of my regrets last year that I didn't get a chance to meet Bill Walton at the Maui Invitation.
Why didn't you, John? Because he hates old people.
I don't know why. I love old people.
You don't know why you hate old people?
I'm one of them.
No, you're not. You're still.
Well, he does eat grape nuts.
But he's not
I
54
love
yet.
grape nuts.
54 is when everything changes.
All right.
55.
Key party.
Key party. We got 5 of them this week, and I did my best, and I followed through. Turnovers will not be mentioned this week. It won't be mentioned. I wanted to do
So
that.
Josh saying turnovers don't matter. Nebraska turnover 8 times doesn't matter.
Bingo. That's exactly what I'm saying. The first one is no extra yellow. Iowa famously wears black and yellow. Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Also famously, there's usually not extra yellow on the field when they play. John, they are 5th in the country in penalty yards per game. Nebraska, not too much worse, 27th in the country, but 5 better than 27 in this stat. The gap, though, is about 13 yards per game, which, again, doesn't really sound like a whole lot until you consider that Nebraska is Nebraska. Every yard is important, and that you would like for them to not have to overcome that. Poise, discipline. I feel like those words will be said by the announcers on Friday. I won't know. I'll be in the stadium. But Nebraska needs to be poised. They need to be disciplined, because we know Iowa will be. No extra yellow, key number 1. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell there. The second one is Josh Baskin. John, you know who Josh Baskin is.
The character that Tom Hanks played in Big.
The protagonist in the 80s classic Big. What, Nick?
It's actually a pretty good movie.
I watched it earlier this year for the first time since high school.
So basically the plot line is...
No, I know of Big.
Okay.
And he falls in love with the lady, and she kind of falls in love with him, even though she knows he's a child.
It's kind of a weird story.
But it's funny.
It is
Tom
funny.
Hanks, man, what an actor. We love Tom Hanks, except for Sipple for some reason. What I'm asking Nebraska to do in this one, John, is to go big. And I'm not talking formation. You're like, oh, cool. You want to see 3 tight ends?
Yes!
No.
Yes!
I'm talking about play calling and design. I don't need them to throw the ball deep 5 or 6 times, but once or twice, maybe even 3 times. It scored their second touchdown of the game versus Wisconsin. I would like to see them drop back, and I don't want to offend James Franklin, but chuck it deep. Chuck it deep, Nebraska, 2 or 3 times, please. It resulted in the second final touchdown for the day, as I mentioned, versus Wisconsin. Make it happen again Saturday. Go full Josh Baskin.
By the
versus
way,
Iowa.
Friday's forecast, cloudy, high 34, northeast winds 13 to 15, gusts as high as 22. It doesn't mean you can't throw it. If it's
Once
a
or
north
twice.
wind, go to the south end zone.
Once or twice.
Just aim for the capital and let the ball
There you
carry.
go. Third key, red alert. And we're not talking about communism, John. We're not talking about
Video
communism.
game?
Not talking about
Oh, I thought we
communism.
were talking
That's
about
the Red Scare.
I thought we thought the Klingons were attacking.
No, you're talking about the video game.
I'm talking about Nebraska and red zone scoring. Did you know that Nebraska this year is 128th in red zone scoring?
That's pretty low.
It's true, Nick. 69% of the time when they get in the red zone, they score. Touchdown percentage, they're actually better, all the way up to 123 at a paltry 48% of their trips inside of the 20-yard line score touchdown. In the last 2 weeks, they have reached the red zone 4 times. They've scored a touchdown 1 time. They needed 3 against Maryland. They got 0. They needed 7 against Wisconsin. They only got 3. Get down there, John, and finish those drives against this team. Field goals might be enough, but given Iowa's defense and special teams, no guarantee that settling for 3 will always be the best thing to do. Fourth key, make Iowa stick to the script. The script that I'm talking about is Iowa and big plays. They don't go well together. You go to CFBstats.com and you look at 20-yard plays, 30-yard plays. They are well into the 100s. They are horrible. You look at 10 yards or more, and that is the first big play. I don't even consider 10-yard plays big plays. That's a first down, sure, but they are second to last. They have 88 plays the whole year where they've gotten 10 yards or more. This offense is bad. All of that said, though, how many times have we watched a Nebraska game where we're like, oh, they should take that away from them? And then it's the thing that the team does well.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't want to see Iowa get into any rhythm on offense. Stop them from doing that. And I think this could be one of those keys, again, outside of the turnovers, where we look and say, yeah, there were no big plays. Nebraska was able to find a way to get to 6-6 and get out with a victory. Finally, Thanksgiving feast.
With gravy.
With gravy for John. Too often in Keys, we discuss something Nebraska is doing wrong. Hell, I've done it a couple of times today. The number of turnovers, be better. The lack of touches for a particular player. Give him the ball more. We just said that about Emmett Johnson. So I want my final key of the regular season.
And of the season in general.
Gosh darn it. To be a positive. Nebraska's defense. Iowa's offense, they are below average in sacks allowed. They are middle of the pack in tackles for loss allowed. Nebraska, meanwhile, well into the upper quadrant of the whole sport. 19th and 26th in each of those stats going against offenses. Feast on this bad offense. Feast on the Hawks. Instead of don't allow big plays, it's force them into negative plays and do so often.
You probably shouldn't eat hawk meat, though. That's
do it. Eat it. Get the disease. You're going to a bowl game. Who cares? Deal with the sick stomach. You can take the next day off from work.
I want to get sick, man.
I know. Remember when I had the salmon 2 years ago?
Oh, yeah, the Friendsgiving salmon.
I was doing both on the toilet.
Seafood sitting out for 5 hours on end? Sure, it's edible.
Oopsies.
Crazy thought.
My bad. Those are my
serve
keys.
salmon at a party anyway. That
it was
sounds like
good.
a lame
The salmon was
party.
good if you didn't eat it 3 hours later.
Well, like I said, we have a tremendous race in predictions. And you know what? Screw bet of the day.
Oh, we're canceling it a month early.
Let's cancel it today because the most important predictions are coming up.
Yours.
And we probably need to come up with a tiebreaker because there's a good chance.
What is this, the Big
2
12?
of us or all 3 of us could end up tied.
We need divisions.
At the end of this round.
This is why we don't have divisions.
We need divisions.
All right.
Whoever gets the highest score in a game of Halo.
Let's do a high score. Let's do a closest to the score thing for our
Well, we'll argue about that during the break. Let's
All right,
take the
perfect.
break now and come
All
back
right.
because the final episode in this round of predictions is coming up next, and we'll also pick the game on Friday, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey, it's Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook. Thanksgiving is upon us. FanDuel is giving all customers a no-sweat same-game parlay just for Thanksgiving. All you have to do is place a 3-leg same-game parlay on any of the Thanksgiving Day NFL games, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win. Lions, Packers, Cowboys, Commanders, Seahawks, 49ers. You can pick any bet from any one of those games, 3 legs or more, parlay them together, and you got yourself a no-sweat same-game parlay on Thanksgiving Day. NFL same-game parlays, they're the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. You can build your own, or you can choose from one of the popular ones that are pre-built for you right there on FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Head to FanDuel.com/Happer and don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Experience Omaha's first Indian restaurant and brewery. Jaipur has created delicious Indian food and brews, from the tandoori salmon to the chicken tikka makhani. Jaipur has something for every palate. 2 locations, Rockbrook and Dundee. Come see why Jaipur has been voted first place best of Omaha 18 years in a row.
If you drive through your neighborhood and think, pretty house, ew,
my house. Time to call Great Plains Home Exteriors. They transform homes like yours all over Nebraska. Great Plains Home Exteriors offers so many different window brands and styles to fit every home and budget. They also install gutters and gutter guards so you never have to clean your gutters again. Great Plains Home Exteriors will make your home feel like a part of the neighborhood. Free estimate at gphomeomaha.com.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you can sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
So I can come punch you in the face.
The 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over, bet the
We never decided. What are we doing? I gave you options and you didn't like any of them.
Mario Kart tournament.
Yeah, doing a Mario Kart.
I'll bring in my Switch. It'll be fun. We can do it during the Grum.
What about most recently to get married? Oh. What if the tiebreaker we do something? Oh, Nick won't be there. Never mind.
What?
You're going to say something at the reception, but Nick won't be there. Like
Well,
a rock, paper,
all
scissors
right, we'll
contest.
argue this. We'll argue this down the line.
All right. If we need it, we'll figure it out.
So we all went 10-9 last week.
So you're up or you and I tied?
So we're tied, and
And
Nick is 2 back.
Exactly what it was last week.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it's really close. None of us hit the score or the total in the Nebraska-Wisconsin game.
Wow.
None of us got the point on either side.
Mm.
So it comes down to this. Tonight, it's going to start tonight.
Ugh.
Because we got a top 4 matchup in college basketball. Marquette versus Kansas
what the
in
hell?
the semifinals of the Maui Invitational. Marquette is a 4.5-point dog against the top-ranked Jayhawks.
Hawks.
Jayhawks. Rock Chalk.
Ooh, do I want to try to get an early point here?
Wow, are you going to cheer for Marquette, John?
Well, I'm not like Jack and like, oh, I can't choose a conference.
Tough look for voice of the Creighton Blue Jays.
Why would it be a tough look? It's good for Creighton if Marquette wins. It's
Yeah,
good
remember
for
he
the
cheered
Big
for the
East.
Big East in the Final Four.
I cheer for the Big
He
East.
cheered for UConn. John, we have 10 minutes. You got to hurry. You got to pick. Come on.
I wasn't going to cheer for San Diego State after they
After that rightful
after
foul
they
call.
allowed.
Great foul call. Oh, sorry, Joey. I see Joey is his Creighton hoodie. Well, it's a good call.
No,
I love refs.
Gross. Get out of here.
Fly Eagles fly. I'm gonna take Kansas tonight. I think they're just a little bit better.
Okay.
All right. Oregon State and Oregon. The Civil War, even though the libs up there in the Pacific Northwest don't want to call it the Civil War
I call it
anymore.
the Civil War. They're not canceling that. They can't cancel me for calling it the Civil War. The Ducks.
Going with Ducks.
Quack, quack.
Yeah, they're good.
Oh, no one's budging. No one's budging. Florida State, Florida. Florida State 6.5-point favorite at the Gators.
Nick, give me the Noles. Graham Mertz is hurt. Give me the Noles as well. I know their quarterback's down too. I don't like this one.
It's a gross one. It
John's
feels
going for
wrong.
the point. He's going with the Gators.
Going Gators.
Chomp, chomp.
Going Gators.
Gator up.
Iron Bowl, Alabama at Auburn. Alabama 14 with the hook.
They're so much better. Bama's so much better. Like,
but it's the Iron Bowl and it's the hook, man.
I know, and it's what's his bucket on the Auburn sideline. Yeah, give me Bama.
Give me Auburn.
I'm gonna go Bama.
Yeah, I don't really feel good about this one. Hugh Freeze has gotten him. He beat him 2 years in a row. He's had success.
Well, we already know where Josh is going because he hates Michigan now.
No, I have been watching them play football, and I'm a football watcher. They call me that. Yeah, give me the Buckeyes. I think they're going to win.
I've been consistent all year, unlike my cohort here. I've been consistent all year. OH! America's team, the Ohio State Buckeyes.
You call everyone America's team except for the Cowboys. Not everyone.
Because they're not. Because America would not root for such losers.
Yeah, you're so obsessed with us.
Fighter of the night, man, Ryan Day. Man.
Wow. I hope we're all wrong and none of us get the point.
Yeah.
Wow. Which of the Thanksgiving
I don't
NFL
feel good about
games will be closest?
And Black Friday. Throw in Black
Black Friday.
So the games are Lions, Packers, Cowboys, Commanders, Seahawks, 49ers, Dolphins, Jets.
I'm going to say, the closest. It's definitely not going to be Dallas, Washington. I'm going to go Lions, Packers.
49ers, Seahawks.
I'm also going to go Lions, Packers.
Okay. So this could be one where one of us gets a point, two of us get a point, or no one gets a point. So that leaves the Cowboys, Commanders, or the Dolphins, Jets.
The Lions never have luck on Thanksgiving, right?
Well, they've also been bad. Now they're really good.
Yeah, but I just think
they
Green
were
Bay
good
can
last
play them
season,
close.
too.
I
Not this
almost
good.
went Miami and the Jets.
I did too.
Division games do get wacky.
They do. That's why, honestly, I almost went Cowboys, Commanders.
Steelers at Bengals. Steelers by 1.5.
Steelers. I think discount Joe Burrow isn't going to be the guy.
Yeah, plus they got rid of Matt Canada. Give me Pittsburgh. You're going Cincinnati, aren't you?
John, we don't have time for this.
Yeah, we don't. It's the last segment of the show.
We have time. We have plenty of time. I'm going to take Pittsburgh. I don't like to, but I will.
Yeah.
Jags and Texans. Give me the Jags.
I agree.
As much as I love T-Law, I'm really, really high on CJ right now. So give me the Texans.
Do they call him T-Law?
Some people do.
Some people.
Bills, Eagles. Bills, 3.5
quarter.
point dogs.
Eagles.
Eagles.
I almost want to go Buffalo here because
don't.
yes, I do.
I wish the game was in Buffalo.
Because I don't think it matters. I really don't.
They're really good.
I think the Eagles, after this last win, could be
short week,
and it's a 3.5 points.
So you going Buffalo?
No, I'm gonna go Eagles, but I would not be surprised if Buffalo wins.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice for the Eagles to drop one of these games.
Vikings,
it to be the
3.5
Bills.
point favorites at home against the Chicago Bears on Monday Night Football.
The Pastronaut will come through.
I ride with Nick and Astronauts.
Wow, we are not disagreeing on much.
That's not good.
Who wins the Big East volleyball tournament?
Creighton.
I mean, I'm not going to lose a point because the Jays win.
Yeah, no, Creighton.
All right.
Wow, no one's going to pick Marquette. They're hosting. All right, Chubba Purdy, pass plus rush yards. So his passing yards plus his rushing yards over under 165.5.
So he easily hit the over on our prop last week.
Yeah.
So this would, I don't think he's going to have as much rushing this week. So this would be mainly built off of the pass. I'm going to say under.
I'm going under.
Dang it. So much agreeing.
You know what? Can I push?
No, it's
No.
a
No,
half.
because
it
it's
is a half.
165.5.
Yeah, no, why not? Maybe he gets half a yard.
They don't count halves.
They should. Slide over.
Okay, so Nick's going opposite here.
Mm.
Emmett Johnson rushing yards over under 69.5.
Nice. So again, the recent game log for him, 50, 84, 57, 76, and 73. So I think this is a good number. Give me the bounce back. Give me the over slightly. Thank God we don't have a carry prop today.
Will he get the carries, though? That's the question.
Under.
He's going to have a 38-yard run, his long of the year.
Under. Will there be a defensive or special teams score in the game? Now, by special teams, we mean
touchdown,
a touchdown, or a safety.
So safety does count.
Not
Okay.
a field goal.
Okay.
Not a field goal. A block punt through the end zone,
Yep.
that would be
Okay.
a safety, yes.
Nick?
Yes.
No.
I'm with John. Everyone's saying there's going to be one. I'm going to go with a no.
Which Nebraska player will have the most receiving yards?
Librarian.
That was, yeah.
Oh, you agree?
Yeah.
All right.
That
So
was
2
me agreeing,
Fedonis.
sorry.
John? Well, that was a Jim Rome-like pause.
I'm
Rome.
Malachi.
Or like John
Ooh,
Rome.
I like it.
The time at which the winning points are scored in this game. So these are the points that are the winning difference in the game. The time at which the winning points are scored, before or after 5 minutes remaining in regulation.
Oh, this is fun.
Because, this is what Iowa does. They score late.
As Jason writes, considering how this series has gone over the last decade or so, I predict we lose on a walk-off field goal, unfortunately. Without giving away my pick, I think that this will go down to the very wire. I'm going to go after.
We're going to go after.
I'll also go after.
I'm going to say before. I'm going to say before. And finally,
speaking of scores,
Nebraska's favored by 2.5. The total, a meager 26.5 points.
So all of us were wrong last week on
Yes.
Nebraska to cover. Were we
Yes.
all off on the total?
Yes,
we all
took
thought
the-
under.
We all took
and
the
then
under.
the over hit. Wow.
The over did hit.
Wow. Nick, you want to start us off since you're the Iowa boy?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Iowa, famous for weird games, and I think it's going to continue to be weird. I think 12-7, Iowa.
I think there's going to be points. I think the over is going to hit. I'm with Nick, though. I think Iowa's going to win. I don't know if it will be a walk-off field goal, but I think that they will get a field goal late in the game, and they will win 19-17.
I love weird scores.
Iowa 11, Nebraska 7.
You had 8.
Oh, do I have 8? I have
Yeah.
8. Sorry.
8.
That's right, because Nebraska will go for 2 and actually get it. 11-8.
What a
God,
gross.
we are sickos.
Yeah, we are indeed.
Iowa. Let's see.
Tiebreaker. I said it. What if we pick the quarterback who has the most passing yards in the NFL this weekend? What was the one that I had the other? The combined margin of victory for the Thanksgiving Day games. Combined margin of victory.
I like most passing yards.
Most passing yards?
Yeah.
Which
Well,
player?
now I have to look.
I mean, just look. It's just any quarterback in the NFL this weekend.
Well, yeah, but I want to look at the matchups. I need time to study this.
All right. Well, I mean, you're the one who didn't come up with a tiebreaker.
Well,
I have time to study that. Well,
no, we have to come up with a tiebreaker.
I mean, who's playing who?
You know what? Give me Tua.
Okay, Nick says Tua.
All right, Tua. Lamar.
Well, I guess what? But if none of us,
well, they don't
should
have
we-
Mark.
Well, no, whoever gets the highest of these 3.
Oh, okay, cool. Lamar Jackson.
Oh,
Taking your boy.
Let's go, Dak. Nice. See, you love the Cowboys this year.
No, I don't love
You
them.
keep picking them to do so well all the time.
Because they play a last place schedule against garbage
And you picked them to go to the
teams.
Super Bowl.
I can't wait till throws for 330 and I win predictions because your guy threw for 330
he has,
against
the
another bad team.
Second highest quarterback rating in the NFL this year.
Oh.
Well, yeah, if I were playing against the Little Sisters of the Poor, I would have the second best rating too.
John, they're professionals and they get paid to play the NFL.
The Giants players get paid?
They do, surprisingly.
Well, they're in the NFL?
Yeah.
All right. Tomorrow we've got Creighton basketball and on Thursday. So have a great Thanksgiving.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Enjoy the turkey and the potatoes without gravy.
And I'll talk to you tomorrow.